All right. We're live on everywhere. Everybody. I think it might just be time to get a new chair. What's up, everybody? Everybody. Yeah, that was dumb. Doopy-doo. Derp-a-der. What's up, Midnight? How's it going? Midnight and miniatures. So I take it you do miniatures, or do you design miniatures? Do you make miniatures? Do you paint miniatures? That was a lot. Sorry. Just curious. Hello, how's it going? Oh, that's right. I got to pull up my Facebook page so I'm not losing everybody. Everybody. I collect mini toys. Well, I mean, you don't have this in your collection. It's a miniature version of me. Although I should probably paint them like more of a dark silverish black because my hair is not as brown as it used to be anymore. So, just joking. I'm not that guy. Oops, wrong one. What's up, Eric? How's it going? Let me put this down here. Let me get my other Facebook page up so we can make sure that everybody else is there. Hey, Matt, about to pick up my first resin printer. Got a recommendation on a cheaper, good resin. Well, first off, what resin printer did we get? No, in all serious, good resin. I mean, if it depends on what you want to do. What's up, Britt? How's it going? What's up, Carl? How's it going? So I am multi-streaming. We are on all the platforms tonight. We are on 3 Facebook, my personal one, my Kuma Mods one, and the 3D Printing for Noobs group. And then we are also on Twitch. We are on Twitter. We are on YouTube, and we're on the TikToks. Sorry, I'm talking to the guys down here. Anyway, so what's up, Ben? How's it going? Oop, that's not what I wanted. What the hell did I just do? What in the hell, Bobby? Oh wow, we got Carl's on Twitch. Cool. Cool. All right, hold on. I'm just trying to set up everything. I need to get this a little more situated. That way I can see everybody. Everybody. Let's get into it. All right. What's up, Chris? How's it going? Thanks for stopping by. Hi there, bud. What's up, bud? Hey, bro. What's up? Got it for 99 new. Yes, I know there was a great discount code, and actually I forgot to post that out. Dang it. Yeah, there was a discount code for the Mono SQ. Now, I will say that unfortunately with the Mono SQ, there's not a lot of information out there for it because it was kind of like the bastard child of Anycubic, but it's not. I don't think it's a bad printer. I haven't heard anything bad about it. It's just an oddball because normally printers are rectangle. I can never remember. My level of education is like 6th grade, no joke. So I can never remember. Is this rectangle? Those are essentially a square. So what's up, Graybeard Games? What's up? Thanks for stopping in. Do a flip. I would if I could, but I'm too old for it, and I'd probably throw my back out doing something like that. How did the interview go? Oh yes. So the interview went well. The issue is there's some loops I guess I gotta jump through. So for those who don't know, I'll catch you up on this. So essentially, I started with the new company about two and a half months ago, and I took a supervisor position there because they didn't have any management position, but they essentially were like, well, we'd rather have you on a management position, but we don't have anything available. Well, they did have something available, but the person who essentially hired me, which is like our, I forget exactly her title, but essentially she's like the HR hiring person of talent acquisitions, essentially. It's something along those lines. And I wasn't aware until a little while ago that she was looking at that, and so that's why they didn't technically have a position for management, because I'm well qualified for it. I've been doing it for years, and I didn't even know what type of management position it was, to be in all honesty. But anyway, I saw an opening, and I was like, you know what, we have what's called GDP, which is essentially a part of the warehouse that handles medical goods. Now, I've done GDP for about 3.5 years when I was at UPS, handling for a specific account. So I worked for UPS, but not the UPS that everybody knows. I worked for basically the um, distribution side, I guess, warehousing more or less. So essentially, they take in clients like I worked for GE Medical in there and BI Animal Healthcare, Sleep Number Bed. They all had a bunch of different accounts there. So it's slightly different than Brown, and it's not unionized or anything like that. In fact, they're very anti-union. It's funny, but anyway. So I worked there, and when I started, I worked in the healthcare sector essentially, and so I know handling products. Well, at this current warehouse is freight forwarding, so it's slightly different. We don't really retain products. It's kind of like an in and out cross docking type thing. Like you get it in the same day, and you'll be lucky if it's there 5 days later. Lucky. That type of in and out thing. So, but essentially, they are looking to expand the GDP system. And so I was like, well, I'm really the only person here. And it was kind of funny, like when we were doing the training for GDP for the entire warehouse, like the person there, I kind of felt like I knew more, but I didn't really want to speak too much onto it because I didn't want to like put her in her place essentially. But there were some things that I kind of stepped in and it was like, from my experience at least, I never said like, no, that's not right or anything like that. It was just like, from my experiences, this is how we handle things type deal. And so anyway, essentially they have had an open position there pretty much since I started and even before that. And again, I didn't know that somebody else in there was essentially wanting it. Then they ended up turning it down, and it just so happened to be like that week that she turned it down, I got an email from our corporate spam essentially saying, "Hey, there's other opportunities," and I'm like, "Well, let's just take a look and see what they had." So initially, I had looked at a director of operations for the entire warehouse, which I'm kind of qualified for. I haven't really been in a role that high up, but essentially, I know what I'm doing. So again, not to boast or anything, but really, I do. I've been doing it for long enough. So I asked her, and I'm like, I think you said that this was already filled, but I figured I'd reach out to you. But the first piece of conversation before I even asked that was, how long do you have to be with the company to essentially move up? And she's like, well, it's usually 6 months. I'm like, okay, that's standard practice for really any company, and sometimes even more. But it should be the bare minimum 6 months anyway, because that essentially establishes you with the company, with the people you're working with, and knowing the processes essentially. That's why establishment is at 6 months. But essentially, with the way that my mind works, I can do those things in probably a quarter of the time, and essentially that's where I'm at. I've already helped fix a lot of issues that were there, and I brought them to their attention. I'm like, look, I know you guys brought me on and you said it was going to be a shit show, and it is, but here's my thoughts on fixing it. And essentially, we're just systematically going down and fixing each and every one, starting with the biggest thing. and working our way down to the easiest, because that's how I like to work, at least start from the worst to the smallest. So anyway, I'm kind of rambling on here, but essentially, I saw the opening, I took it, I messaged the talent person, and she's like, "Well, you know what? You only been here 2 months. Let me see what my boss thinks." So she essentially set me up with an interview. I had the interview. As far as I know, everything went great. And I just had a talk with my boss and my boss's boss, who essentially oversees me, obviously, and talked with them about it. I applied for the position today officially, and I have an interview with 2 other people. I'm not exactly sure who they are, but they are like higher up, I guess, in the GDP type thing. And I have another interview on Friday. So even though I won't be at work, I'll be doing a phone interview. So we'll see how that goes. But essentially, my boss's boss today in a meeting, he's like, "Okay, if that's something you want to do, that's great. But just know that it's going to be a slower transition and things like that, because I don't think they want to move me as quickly as possible, because that would kind of be a bad blood type thing. Because I think there's a couple people who were gunning for that job, but essentially I'm the only person with GDP qualifications there." By the way, speaking of that name, that that word, qualifications, am I the only person when I try and say that word, I try not to say koalafications because of a stupid meme poster that's put up in offices saying I have the right qualifications, and it's a picture of a koala? Am I the only person that thinks that, or is it everybody else that does too? Because I feel like I have to process that quite a bit before I even say that word qualify or quality or whatever, because of that. Just putting it out there. So anyway, but yeah, that's essentially where we're leaving it at. And I'm just kind of rolling through the system essentially. But I mean, in all reality, what's the worst that can happen? They say no, or you're too young to have it in the in our system. I've only been there for 2.5 months, and so the worst thing that can happen is, oh, I just stay a supervisor for now. So, but with that being said, I know there's some other stuff happening with managers moving to different locations, taking on different roles, and essentially another manager going to most likely step up into that role. So that means that manager position is now open, which is a much bigger role, I guess, overseeing a good portion of the warehouse. So it's like, okay, if need be, I have that as a fallback later on down the road, because that one's not going to be really anything super soon. It's going to tie more up with my 6-month type thing. So, but anyway, let me go back to chat and just say hi to everybody. What's up, Great Beer Games? Yes, I do stream on Twitch, so if you guys want to go there and check out the Twitch channel, it's nothing spectacular. I don't really do too much except for chit chatting here. I do some unboxing. When I do my unboxing videos, I use StreamYards, and essentially it goes through everything. So what's up, Jacob? How's it going? Akuma Mods, what's up? What's up, Learn to Electronics? What's up, Nick? They don't have the right qualifications. I literally have to stop myself every time I say qualifications because of that. And it's not like it's just because the way my mind works, it's a connection. So like the guy that I met with, is his name essentially rhymes with William Wallace. So if you guys have seen what is it, Braveheart, right? I think that's the name of the movie. Not Gladiator's other one, but the Scottish guy, okay, who's like freedom. Yeah, so his name rhymes with that. So every time that I hear his name and somebody talk about him, I automatically think of William Wallace. Like, it's just the way my mind thinks. So, what's up, Genesis? How's it going? How's the printer going, man? Stay spooky, bud. What's up, Tacky? I'll be honest, I didn't know that connection until now. So just shutting the shop down for the night, and I'm just starting. Just because I've had a long day, so it's been kind of an exhausting day, a lot of meetings and a lot of information just to deal with, and it was just one of those days where it was like one after another after another after another of you know figuring out what's going on with this or that. So I'm sorry for not saying hi to everybody. My apologies. So let's see. What's up, Sniper? What's up, Crystal? What's up, Kid? Um, you're Rick. You're Yurick. What's up? Yeah, that's exactly how I grabbed it. Love the square. Love the square. I'll have to see. What's up, Sith Lord Brick? Brit. Oh God, I can talk tonight. Yeah, don't ask him to do a flip. No ER flip trips today. Yeah, I'm good. What's up, Printing Noob? How's it going? Learn to Electronic. What's up? What's up, Nick? Yo, did your lead for the Prusa kit work out? Yes. Yeah, that's all set and ready to rock and roll. So we're all set on that aspect as far as I know. So my last transition at work took 5 months after I was offered the job. Well, the thing is like, and that's the other thing with this job is I was asking the talent manager, thinking, hey, just reaching out, asking a general question. I didn't expect it to lead to this. Okay, it just happened to be through conversation. Hey, this is what's open. Maybe we can see about something. So I kind of felt like I overstepped the boundary because essentially, like corporate speak, you go through run it up the ladder type thing. And my boss's boss wasn't there, and I didn't even ask my boss. So it was just kind of something like, "Hey, how's it going?" And just things one led right to the other, and it was just like it was done within 10 minutes of the conversations starting. So it was like, okay, sure, let's go this way, and the excitement, I guess, kind of overtook the thought process of how I should have went about things. But it's not like that was a mark on me. It was just kind of like the talent manager has to let certain people know so they know about me. So I'm not going and overstepping anybody. So, and apparently the last person to know was my boss's boss. So he wasn't too happy about that, but essentially he was happy because I'm looking to step up because they're more or less afraid that they would lose me because of who I am and what I have my capabilities. Again, not to boast that I'm like awesome or anything. I am God in the resin sense, but maybe not at work. But essentially, like I said, with the way my mind works, work wise, I tend to way overachieve than what an expectation is. Just because if I have downtime, my mind literally is thinking about, okay, how can we fix this? How can we fix that? So it's real crazy. Is that a Jupiter in the background? No, I do not have any Elegoo products on my table here. This right here is a Frozen Sonic Mighty 4K, which essentially is the same thing as a Saturn 2, but this was the first one out there that was a 10-inch 8K screen, and that's essentially why you can thank Elegoo for having the ability to come to the 8K sign, because they moved all their operations from Taiwan to China, and essentially all of the proprietary screens that Frozen used to make are now available to everybody. So that's why you're going to see a huge influx of 8K 10-inch screen printers in probably the next few months. So that is an awesome print, Genesis. That's on my list to print. Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. So yeah. I occasionally mix JO resin with Conjure while topping off my print. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. As long as the exposure times are within their spec, then you should be okay. But the chances of you having a failure are very, very high depending on what resins you're mixing together. So what's up, Dusty? How's it going? Do you know why koalas are not considered bears? I do not. I think I knew, but I just don't. Thinking on the fly, no. Nope, I do it all the time, looking through applicants. Okay. What's up, Crystal? What's up, Learn? They don't have the right qualifications. Yeah, exactly. What's up, Yurdy? I feel you. I was gonna live, but I'm not up for it. Understandable. I've been kind of blah lately. Like, not like in a bad way, just kind of like, you know, like a writer's block almost, like printer's block. Like I have stuff to print. I know what I want to print, but it's just, eh. So I'm just hanging out and making dinner. You, oh yeah, you're on the West Coast. I'm like, it's late for dinner. I mean, it is still late, but geez. Is a Wednesday standard day for meeting and reports. I think we normally have ours on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and I'm usually not included. It's usually the manager's things, and then they disperse everything. Again, the whole chain of command type thing. Like you go from this person to that person to that person type thing. Square bet on the Mono SQ. That's what I was talking about. Yes, exactly. Oh, okay. Let me go back. Good luck. Thank you. Let me go back to that comment, whatever I said. Yes, that's exactly why I grabbed it. Love the square. Got it. Got it. Now I understand what you were talking about. All right. So now we're all caught up here. So yes, talking about the Mono SQ. Yes, there was an amazing deal going for $100 for essentially a monochrome Anycubic printer. The only strange thing about it is it's a square build plate, so it's kind of the oddball out of literally all the printers on the market. Not saying that's necessarily a bad thing, but really what I think that was is they were originally designing that to be the Ultra, and it didn't go the way that they wanted it to. Because usually DLP printers have a square build plate or laser. That might actually been what they were talking about. So it could have been that they were wanting to go a laser route, ended up going a DLP route for the Ultra, or maybe they were going to have the Ultra and the Mono SQ as a laser, because usually lasers are a square plate. But anyway, still a cool printer and super cheap. As for resins, I mean, literally any resin will do. There is Molazon resin that has been catching my eye lately, and they have a polycarbonate resin out there. And I think I'm going to source out for that. Unfortunately, it's not really for sale anywhere. It is on Alibaba, but you can only buy it in bulk. So you have to buy at least 10 bottles. So I mean, it's not terrible. That's doable. I can definitely do that. But I just don't want to be wasting money if it's just okay. And I definitely don't want to be reselling it if it's just okay. But it is boasting some pretty insane strengths and everything. But there is some word that Monocular 3D has a new resin out there that is insanely strong. So we'll have to see about that. Anyway, for cheap resins, I always use eSun Bioresins right there. They are a little hard to find right now just because of shipping and everything. The stock isn't as good as it normally is. Now, if you're in the UK, well, stock is almost non-existent anyway, so I apologize for that. But really, any resin that is not water washable, I highly suggest. In my experience, water washable just doesn't hold up. However, if you are a water washable person, I do highly suggest looking up Ministry of Resin. That's probably the only water washable resin that you will hear me praise. And that's because it actually held up. I still have a print in one of my boxes. I'm not going to dig it out because I'll just throw things everywhere. But essentially, I made a little Stormtrooper helmet out of resin, and it was the Ministry of Resin. And I made it on the Sonic Mighty 4K. And I dialed it in, and it came out beautifully. And it's a very semi-thin print. I think it's 2 or 3 millimeter total thickness, maybe a little bit thicker than that. And the rigidity of it is very good. I'm not going to try and test it in terms of strength because I know that water washable is It has a good strength to it, but the problem is it's too good. So when you basically smash it, it smashes into a million pieces. So it's too hard, essentially. So let's see here. Your mind has a clog. Yeah, literally it does. Speaking of, I'll get back to that in a second. Hoping for the best. Time will tell. Yeah, we'll see. I don't think it'll be a huge issue. Just know that trying to find replacement stuff for it might become an issue at some point. But obviously, if you contact Anycubic, you should be okay with that. What size bottle? So most resin nowadays, is going to be a kilogram or 1,000 grams, or a liter, depending on where you're, buying it from. But that's essentially, if you start with that, you'll be good. There's no real place for 500 grams anymore, in my opinion. So that's just me. Looks like Amazon has some gray and black of Molas on. So there you go. I do suggest like ABS or rapid ones over standard, but standard will work just fine. So it's not the end of the world. What's up, Last Bendu? How's it going? No, the one you were talking about in Ellie that you have to buy 10. Really? PC resin polycarbonate. They must have just added that because I asked them yesterday or the day before about that. Ooh, and I got another new resin from Frozen, which they're literally talking to me right now. All right, let's go and check out Amazon now. Because now my interest is peaked. I know they have like rigid resin and they have nylon resins, but not polycarbonate. Did you see me versions of Minions? I'm still laughing as I make more. Yes, I did see your what was it? Yes, the Legend. That was a good one. I'll be honest, I'm not a big fan of the Minions. I know a lot of people are into that, but I'm just, like I always say, I'm very different when it comes to most people. I apologize, but I don't apologize because it's just how I've always been. I try and not do the trends, and unfortunately, as I say that, I'm doing a trendy print on the Anycubic Viper right now, and we'll do some video on it. But yeah, you guys will see that. Fifth Element today. I'm making a set. You making a set of like characters? Or are you making the actual the elements? Because I know there's prints of the elements out there already. All right, so there's standard resin. That's all I see. I don't see anything but the standard rigid resin. I don't see any polycarbonate Molazon resin. I just see standard Molazon. Yeah, that's all I see is the standard rigid, which that's pretty good stuff. But my articulated Rex, it's trend worthy. Wait, buy my articulated? So I actually have, so instead of Benchies, that's what I used to print was the Flexi Rexies. I love those. Now that I'd be interested to see, just for the pure hilarity of it, because I could definitely, yeah, not mine. I got it. I got it. I got it. I get it. I get it. I get it. That's funny. I pull up polycarbonate resin and it pulls up Elegoo standard. That's nowhere near close to it. Not even close. That's a joke. It's terrible resin. I won't ever use that stuff again. So that's another strike on Elegoo is I used to use their resin a lot. And then just out of nowhere, stuff started, like weird stuff started happening with my resin where there was stuff like sticking to my prints, and I'm like, what is going on here? And I was losing my mind. Excuse me. And I couldn't figure out what was going on at first. Well, then I found out that the bottles of resin I was getting had dried resin inside of them. So I had to start filtering all of my Elegoo and Anycubic resins because they're essentially the same. What's up, Farah? How's it going? Let's see. What's up, 3DD Forge? So we were looking at Soraya Tech the other day on a stream because somebody was asking about resins and strength and stuff like that, and I was like, I couldn't for the life of me find Soraya Tech's information about their resin, and I was like, there's no way that you can sell a resin, state that it's high tensile strength or whatever, flexibility, whatever it may have, and not have any specs on it. Like I couldn't find them anywhere. And why they don't put it with the resin itself is beyond me. But essentially, after looking at other resins and finding out how low on the tier Soraya Tech is, we ended up finding them in like their support, their documents. So it basically tells you like these are the exposure times. Now, the other thing that I want to talk about while we're talking about this is those exposure times that Soraya Tech posts up are essentially good starter points. You should never ever use those as printing points. And the reason why I say that is let's take this printer for example, the Frozen Sonic Mighty 8K. I have this printer. My buddy 20 minutes away can have this printer. And then another buddy 300 miles away can have this printer. All in the basements, all same resins, and all of them can print completely different. They can be 0.2 seconds off and even 0.1 second off. And yes, that is enough to make or break a print. So a lot of people don't think about that. They just take settings, make it go, and while it may work on a miniature print, it might not work on a larger print. So a lot of people just kind of like, well, I don't get it. It was printing fine before with this print, but now it's not printing with this. Well, yeah, it's a much heavier print. And if you're underexposing, that's why you see a lot of people where it's just supports. Well, that's because you're most likely underexposing your print. However, if you look at the supports and the supports are 100% done and your model's not there, there is a good chance that it's overexposed. So you're essentially your supports become too brittle to hold on to the model. And that's what happens is that then people just either add more supports or they add heavier supports and then it works out, but they're still not realizing what has to be done. That's why I always tell people make sure that when you get a resin printer, always calibrate the resin. And I use a specific exposure print, this one right here, and we might not be able to see that on the other stream, but essentially that's what it is. So I've done 4 prints here for this specific, what was it, jail resin that we did the unboxing for. And technically that was still not done. So I jacked it up just a little bit and I started printing because I was close enough to where I knew where I needed to be. But again, that's me. I know what I'm doing with this. I've been doing this for 4 years almost now. And I kind of understand what needs to happen and what needs to switch. So anyway, trendy, is it Grogu? No. I'll be honest, it looks like me. I've already been tagged in several videos about it, or people have sent me several videos about this. So it kind of looks like me. Some of you guys already know right then and there as soon as I said that. So Let's see here. I'm going back in chat here. What's up, Sir Robert? How's it going? The Bearded Don. What's up? Hey, you ever lit clear resin with an LED? No, but we technically can. I mean, I have this kind of frosted for a reason, and I just haven't gotten around to finishing why it's frosted and why it shouldn't be. But yeah. Oh, I have a Google Doc from them. I found them in the Facebook group. I'll email it. Not calibrated. Yes. So, oh my God, here's Maddie. No, so it's not a print. It's not a print from me. I already have a print from me. My little own guy. I love this guy. I absolutely love that. Thanks, ZMI Labs. That was awesome. But no, essentially it's a print that a lot of people are doing, and it looks like me. And again, some of you guys will get it, some of you guys won't. But it's not me, but it looks like me. I want to play with a resin printer so bad. It is absolutely awesome. But I will say that resin printing is not for everybody. If you have very easily touch allergies, that's something that could be super off-putting with it. I know a lot of people have issues with the smell, and a lot of printers do have active carbon filtration systems on them. So that helps out a lot, but I do always suggest adding on and getting a filtration system. Not only does it help with that, but it just helps in general with the air quality in your house, your apartment, your room, whatever you're at, shop, you know. So they're so fun. I started with resin. Yeah, I mean, you can do a lot of cool things with resin that you can't with FDM. One of the things is easily make very, very thin items, and yeah, they'll come out. Like, you guys have probably seen the video where I posted up on the Zahalat 1 Plus, and I made those like insanely thin pieces. They are literally a 0.3 millimeter thick. That's how thick they were, and they were like lines this big. The supports were bigger than the print. That's how funny that was. So, hi, Billy Mays. I loved Billy Mays. He was great. Too much though. That was not planned. I'm trying to light a lightsaber. Not sure if I should hollow it or leave it solid for best light. So that's going to depend on the type of LED that you're using. If you're using multiple LEDs, I would probably leave it more solid because the light disbursement. But if you're designing that piece, I would highly suggest cutting lines on the inside of the print. You can probably modify it in a simple program like Tinkercad and just make some long lines. And essentially what you're doing is you're making it like, what do they call those? They're usually like keychains, and they have them. They're little miniature lightsaber keychains. And essentially all they do is they have a single LED that outputs out the top, but it disperses light everywhere because of the laser etching or the CNCing that's done on the inside, where essentially it makes it like fiber optic almost, like the look of fiber optic. So that way you can disperse the light properly. So I just want to know how you guys keep your hoods so clean. I don't. If I show you my hoods, they're like this one. Look at it. You can see how dirty that is. I don't. There was one person on here that just got their resin printer. I'm like, oh man, I remember those days when, you have your first resin printer and everything's so clean. Like, there's not one clean resin. I don't. That one's still kind of clean right now, but that's because we've only had it for like a week, or at least we've only touched it twice. That sounds weird, but yeah, we've only had that thing printing twice so far, and it's got an issue with it. So I was supposed to move it, and again, I just haven't had a drive to do anything. I've been too preoccupied. So, but that one's the cleanest for sure. But all these other ones definitely have fingerprints and resin all over them. So dried resin, especially on this, because obviously that's my cure station. So yeah. Butcher from the boys. Nope, not that. Bearded Skull, bingo. I'm going to have a single LED at the end. Think that will do it. Oh, you know what? I didn't even check. I didn't even check the print when I started it. I really hope it went down okay. It was doing everything all right, so I hope it's okay. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. I'm unboxing that eBay one and doing a vid, finally hoping it will be good. Cool. My first Mono X hood is so dirty. Yeah, exactly. What's up, Star? Yeah. And basically, if you're looking, if you see somebody with a clean hood, that means they're not printing or they're not using that hood at all. Okay. They're literally putting it on just for show. I'm not even joking about that because there's no way in hell that you have a resin printer and working with it that you do not touch it at some point in time and have resin on it or resin spilt on it somehow. There's no way. I'd love to see it. It's cleaner than mine. Okay, so let's see here. Did this go down right? Oh, yes, it did. That's a lot smaller than I thought it was. That's what she said. But that's fine. I didn't want to waste too much of filament because it's technically my son's roll of filament, which we're gonna do a TikTok on. So yeah, I'm not gonna spoil anything. It's too good. It's too good. Let's just say, let's just leave it at that. Yeah. You calling out Uncle Jesse? Oh, absolutely. I would call out Uncle Jesse, and he'll absolutely fire right back and say, "Yeah, I don't have anything that's clean. No way, no way. There's no way." I talk to that man all the time. There's no way that he has anything clean. I've seen some of the things happen on his oopsies, and I'm like, "Yep, I've been there, done that several times." Where you're working on something and there's a bottle of resin that you just filtered out and you're waiting for it to drain properly and you go and hit it and it spills all over, or you have a vat and you're trying to like, muscle it. I mean, he's got similar printers to me. He's got the Mega, and when we first were talking about the Mega, um, just the cumbersome of playing with that vat is ridiculous because it essentially holds two 1,000 gram bottle of resin when it's all said and done. Now it's supposed to only hold a 1 3/4, which is still a lot of resin regardless. But when you have a failure in there, you shouldn't really be taking it out. So I went to Amazon and I picked up a giant syringe that was like this big. I'm not even joking. Some of you guys probably have seen it. And unfortunately, I had to get rid of it because it was starting to like clog up because the resin had dried to the plunger, because the plunger is like just rubber. It's not silicone or anything. So it dried to the plunger and it was starting to eat away the plunger and it wasn't working anymore. So I was like, well, this is kind of pointless now. So I got rid of it. But I got a new thing that I'm going to try out, and it's going to be like a series of additive parts to resin printers, upgrades essentially. So we're going to get with that and get some stuff going, but that's going to wait until I hopefully get back from vacation. We'll have to see. So, his hoods always look snappy in videos. So that probably is mostly due to his lighting and just the fact that when you see those printers, they're brand new. So that's where you got to think about that. Like I said, this Mighty looks really, really awesome. But if I actually put it to use and like do a lot of printing with it after I do my whole review, then let so normally when you do a review, you want to do about 100 hours worth of printing, or at least close to there. Now that's a stretch. It's usually like half that, but because resin printers like that hour match, yeah, that's not even gonna be close to that. But by the time you hit at least 80 hours of printing, you're probably gonna have a dirty hood on it. So I want a Mega so bad. It's great until you crack a screen, and then it's a $500 fix. For those that are right there. Yeah. So, but that's totally my fault, and it was at the expense of the community. So I'm fine with that because I got everybody. So essentially, this printer out of the box, the Mega, um, a full build volume prints at about 64 hours, give or take. And I wasn't having that. That's way too slow. Now, the reason why it's like that is because Frozen is very conservative about their settings and their details. And they really, really want you to get the best detail. So if you want the best looking print, absolutely use their stock profile. Obviously, tune it to make sure that your resin is good, because I will tell you right now, every single time that I've had a machine from Frozen, or really anybody, and I've used their stock settings in Shitu Box, I've always had to tune them every single time. So again, starter points. You can try it, but most likely you're probably going to have to tune it in, or you should tune it in, really. So what you should do, because you could be losing some detail and you don't even know. So I dropped a resin build plate in a vat full of resin. Hey, it can't be as bad as me. You guys can probably find the video here, or I don't even know if I made a YouTube video. I think it was just on TikTok, but it was on a live stream. I was handling my giant bucket of wash, and slipped right out of my hands, right up my face. And people are like, "Oh, you should have worn glasses." Even if I had glasses, safety glasses, it went right up my face. So it would have went right underneath the glasses, right under my eyeballs. And it wasn't a little bit. Let's just say that it was a lot. I dropped the whole thing. It spilled everywhere. It was terrible. So essentially, I had to go to the ER for that one and just get checked out. But I washed my face like 3 or 4 times within the span of maybe 5 minutes. Dunked my head in water and like opened my eyes and everything. So I washed it out pretty good. And the doctor essentially said, like, you did some good practices, but if you're worried about it really doing any damage to your eyes, as long as you wash it out, you'll be okay. But if you leave it sitting in there, then it'll start doing some damage, and it really is going to take a long time. Obviously, he's like, since it's the other good thing is it was nighttime when it happened, so I was I was driving. It was like 4 in the morning, because again, it was late night live stream, and I used to do really really late night live streams. I still could do kind of later ones, but not super late like I used to. I used to start a live stream at 12 o'clock midnight and then go all the way to like 4 or 5 in the morning. But I used to have a job that I'd wake up and go to work at like 4 o'clock. So it was little different times. Anyway, I understand your feeling. So how's that girl that's starting 3D printing going? So we're going kind of slow. So if you guys don't know, we do have a GoFundMe set up for a fellow TikToker. Her name is Venomous Vixen, or Venomous.Vixen. And if you guys go and check out my TikTok, you can see the video about it. But essentially, it's her little girl wants to get into 3D printing to be like her mom. And I kind of took it upon myself to offer a printer essentially. And then as I was going to make the video, I figured, hey, let's get the community involved and kind of make this a community thing and go from there. So right now, I think we're at like $560. Our goal is $1,800. That is a little bit, that's way overshot than what I absolutely need. And again, all of that will go to Charlize, who is the little girl we're talking about. But yeah, that's essentially, if you guys want to donate to that GoFundMe, it is there. I require only a $5 donation, and that's just because that's the bare minimum. I thought they can do $1, but hey, it is what it is. Some people have donated more than that. That's perfectly fine. I'm not going to thrash on you guys for wanting to donate more, but I'd like to try and have it set at $5 for a donation. And the reason for that is I want to try and have as many community members involved in that. And going back to the whole price range. So the whole setup that I'm looking to get is essentially around $1,300. Now, you guys can probably guess what it is. I'm going to try and keep it under wraps as best as I can. I think it slipped once or twice when I was talking to somebody, but hey, it is what it is. But essentially, that's our goal. I have the goal set at 1,800, and that's essentially because if everything goes well, I want to try and get something else custom with all of the people who donated their names laser engraved on this thing to add into that. Now, again, that's a long shot, but it's there as a buffer if we need. And if not, I'm just going to end up giving her the money so she can also get a desk, because that's another thing that she was talking about that she would like to get is a desk and a printer. So that's essentially what we're doing. Again, I'm sure that's more than enough money for her. But also, again, that kind of goes back to this will set her up for probably a year or two easily on FDM printing. So, and again, I'm not going to get her a resin printer because I know a lot of people, well, I'm the resin guy. No, that's not what I would start a child off. Even like a 15-year-old, I'm kind of iffy about that, but at least a 15-year-old has more understanding of what's going on, and I'd really have to think about that before I go through with something like that. But essentially, I would probably still not. It would be an FDM printer. So anyway, that's kind of how it is. Let's see here. Let's go back, see what our chat is. What's up, John? How's it going, Tripod? I'd settle for an M3 Max. Yeah, I know a lot of people would. You mean that thing? That's a pretty cool printer. I'm still kind of so-so on it, but I think it's because mine is just a pre-production unit, so it might have some issues. It is what it is. So that's what made me replace the Z motor. Gotcha. I want an M3 Max pad. Yeah. I have a Mono and 2 Mono X. I must have the Max. I need to print some build plate drain holders. Absolutely. I highly suggest that to anybody that is getting into resin printing. Get a drip mount for your resin printers. So, what do you think of the FlashForge Photo 4K Mono? So, FlashForge gets their printers from Calent. It's the same manufacturer that makes the Elegoo printers. That's why they look so similar. And it's a great printer. It's literally a Elegoo Mars 3. Just some things changed here and there. I literally have the Calent version of the Mars 3, but without the 4K screen. It's still got the 2K, because Calent's kind of like the base, and then people just take those and say, all right, Calent, this is our contract. This is what we want done with it. And that's essentially how it goes. So, hi there. If you could offer me some advice, that would be awesome. Absolutely. My apologies. I'm having some terrible heartburn because I had Nashville hot KFC chicken. It was delicious, and I'm paying for it now. Thank you, 30s. But looking for, I do cosplay mainly, but looking for another printer, torn between the Elegoo Saturn II for the build size or the Cobra Max. Well, those are two totally different printers, to be honest. But if you're looking more for cosplay, I do highly suggest FDM over resin. Resin is more like, you can do cosplay stuff, but to do like actual armor is going to be very, very costly, and that's also going to be dependent on what type of resin. So your costs do go much, much higher on that, because you need certain flexibilities in resin, you need strength resin, so there's different things like that. So I don't really suggest a resin printer unless you're just doing like almost like props, like weaponry and things like that. I would definitely go for a resin printer on that, because like printing out a lightsaber, like we did this is all resin, and yes, this is threaded, and yes, it works perfectly fine. We just still need to print out the telescoping part of it, and essentially that's all we really need for this. So it's a very simple one, but yes. Okay, so you do props as well. Perfect. So I do definitely suggest getting a resin printer. I personally am not a big fan of Elegoo products, but you know, it's kind of like Elegoo for resin for me is comparative to Ender 3 with me and FDM. They're they're good for a lot of people. They got a lot of bad things with a lot of people. Their quality control is not the greatest, and I just personally am not a big fan of them. I do not have any Elegoo printers here. Um, but Anycubic is another good one. I personally am probably like if you ask me what I would be brand specific to, that would be more or less Frozen, and that's just because I work with them a lot. So that would be the other alternative, but unfortunately, that printer that's comparative to the Saturn II is not readily available like the Saturn II is. But the Anycubic M3 Plus is a great one, or you can go with something even bigger, the M3 Max. Or if you have a good chunk of change, the Frozen Sonic Mega 8K. Last I saw it on Amazon for $2,800. I don't know if that's shipping included or not, but that's not bad of a price for what you get for it. Well, that depends on what you're using it for, but that's a ginormous resin printer. So huge, 330 by 185 by 400. Almost can do full size helmets, almost. So you do want to split them up if you do. So, but yeah, oh, so you got a Prusa. So I currently have a Prusa XL Plus. I don't think you have a Prusa XL Plus. They're not even on the market. I was literally just talking to Joseph about that the other day because they can't find a supply market to get them going. So you must be talking about a Prusa that you modified to be an XL. But yeah, the Prusa, the Sidewinder X2, that's a pretty good one. So I wouldn't suggest getting a Cobra if you have a X2. That's a pretty good printer. So, but yeah, the Cobra Max is pretty big. But since you already have some FDM, why not go into resin and see how it is? That's just my 2 cents on the subject. So, 2,200 on Frozen's, right? It's 2,200 on Frozen's website, but then you got to think about how much shipping is. Shipping is insanely expensive from Taiwan because of China. There's a whole thing going on with China, and that's one of the reasons why Saturn was able to go to 8K because Frozen is in Taiwan, and they essentially had to move their production to China because of what's going on between the two. So there's some real bad blood going on, unfortunately. So what's up, Raymond? How's it going? Thanks for stopping in. But yeah, it's 2,200 plus shipping, and then plus whatever taxes are going to be added on there because you gotta think there's not like embargo taxes, but it's essentially like a shipping tax on top of that, where FedEx is like, oh, well, you know, you got to pay X amount for this. So I think it comes out to be like 2,500 total. So, but again, 2,800, you're paying Amazon prices if that is with shipping. An MK3S. Yes, I got it. Or an MK3 Plus. Gotcha. Dude, I've replaced 2 Mono X screens at cost and 2 others in warranty. It's bad news. I'm surprised. I usually don't hear too much about it. Akuma, why are you dodging me? I'm sorry. I don't even see you on here. Oh, there you are. What do you think of the Flash Forge? No, I saw that. Let's go back up. Complete workspace makes sense. Yes, I agree with the table and printer. Yes, I agree. So if anything, I have all my bases covered regardless. So I know a lot of people were asking like, why do I choose $1,800 for the GoFundMe? That's exactly why. So taking suggestions for the workstations. Now, me, I am an IKEA fanboy, so I'm just going to leave my opinion out of that because I will automatically suggest IKEA. That's literally what my entire desk and most of my house is IKEA stuff. Yes, I love putting stuff together, even though it costs me, you know, pain and agony in my brain because I usually overstep the instructions and, you know, do some things that I probably should have done steps way after. But hey, it is what it is. A tariff, yes, I believe that's the correct terminology. So let's see. That's what I was leaning towards, a resin. We'll look into a bit more and go with the Prusa XL next year. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on with the Prusa XL. Well, no, let me erase that. The Prusa XL, like I said, Joseph was kind of touching base about that at Murph because I was talking to him about it. And yeah, essentially what it is they just can't find the proper products to make sure that it's a good product and ship it out. That's essentially what's happening with the XL. So once they get that situated, then it's green light, go ready to start shipping and doing all that. Have I ever put vodka in a pickle juice? No. I'm not really a big drinker. You'll be lucky to see me drink maybe once a year. And that's even a big iffy. I just don't drink. It's not something I've ever liked the taste of. And if I do drink, it's usually very fruity drinks because I just hate the taste of alcohol. I'm trying to think if there's any alcohol that I was just ever okay with. Like maybe some wheat beers. Like it doesn't matter what it is, but that's about as close as I get to being okay with alcohol in general. I just don't like it. It's not me. So what's up, man? Just found out I'm having a baby. Well, congratulations, sir. That's great. What about Fireball? No, I'm good. Our thing, since I'm live in Chicago, Malort is a big thing down here or up here, wherever you want to call it. So, but yes, congratulations, Mr. Blank. Well, that attempt to getting a laugh failed. Yeah, sorry. I'm very when it comes to some humor, it just goes right over my head. So my apologies for that. My brain. But yeah, definitely not a drinker. Sorry. I will say that if I had to choose something to drink, it would probably be an Arbor Mist blackberry Merlot wine, and that is good tasting. But after a little bit, it still is like it starts hitting you, and you're just like, ugh. It's not good. It's not good. But if I had to choose a drink to drink straight, like from a bottle, without mixing it with anything, yeah, that would be probably about the only one. What is your favorite printer for the price? Looking for upgrade? That's a very good question. Are we talking about resin or FDM? I mean, I am the resin 3D printing guy. But I do still dabble with FDM. In fact, we got the only printer running right now is an FDM printer. And that's only because I need to make some promo stuff. So, but that'll be tomorrow because it's an 11-hour print. So anyway. FDM. Okay. So the best printer that I've used in the past couple of years, best bang for your buck, best printer out of box experience, absolutely hands down, the Anycubic Viper. I would put that right up against a Prusa, absolutely, which I do have a Prusa, and I'm sure I'm going to get crap for this because it's been sitting in its box for 4 months, 5 months now. It's just sitting there because I don't have room to set it up right now. I meant to go and take this away, and then the company that I have this stuff set up with, they were like, hey, guess what? We got a new version, and we'd like you to try it out. And I'm like, great. Now I still got to keep an Ender 3 here. Whoopity-doo. But yeah, at some point we'll set it up. Just don't know when. By the way, if you guys need printers, they are available on my Etsy store. I have a I have an E-Cube maker, which is a smaller build volume, but it does do laser engraving, CNC machine, and dual FDM printing, so dual color. However, like I said, it is a smaller build volume. It's comparable to like an Ender 2 or the Kingaroon KP3. Literally looks like either one of those. Then I have two resin printers on there as well. I have the Creality Hallet 1 Plus, and I have my tried and true, the WeBox Lite 130. Yes, I'm finally selling my favorite printer of all time. It's just time. I don't really use it anymore. It's been sitting on the shelf for about 6-7 months, just kind of collecting dust. I have not used it at all. I replaced the screen. I replaced the FEP on it, so everything's good to go, brand new. So it's great. You talk a lot of smack, but you love that Ender 3. I still do have one. I always do. And that's just more or less to help people out, because I know a lot of people have issues with them. So it's always good to have that. Hello, Matt. The room is too small. Worry that there is no space to put more printers. I agree. And materials. Where do you hide your Yusu products? I hide them up above. Or I hide them over here. Like this awesome co-extrusion filament from Yusu that is blue and green. Absolutely love how this color turns out. Look at this stuff. Awesome transition. Love it. I did print a dragon in that as well. So, but yeah, all the other Yusu stuff is up there as well. So yeah, great stuff. I know a lot of people have issues with Yusu filaments, but I've never had an issue with it. I've loved their gold. Their gold actually looks like gold. At least their older stuff. I don't know. I haven't printed with it in a long time, but Yusu is very good. That's kind of strange that two people are asking about. One person's talking about Yusu, which I'm pretty sure is a rep, and then another person on YouTube is asking about Yusu. But either way, it's very strange. Yeah, I absolutely love Yusu products, at least their filaments. The resin I haven't used in a little bit, but when I did, it was great. And yeah, I haven't had any issues with it. Like I said, I know some people do have issues printing, but like they're blue. I have a dragon up there that's printed in their blue, if they're like ice blue. It is an amazing looking color. I've showed you guys several times like what those prints look like. I don't have any issues with them. So what is the cons from FDM to resin besides prices in resin and filament? My favorite printer is an Ender 3. Oh, I'm sorry. But no, like I said, and the Ender 3 the Ender 3 and Elegoo products are like my kryptonite, I guess you could call it. There's always something with them, always. Case in point, this Ender 3 that's sitting here. I bought it brand new from Micro Center, and I brought it home. The power supply was wired wrong, not rewired. It was wired wrong. The LCD wasn't hooked up correctly. It wasn't like connecting on the board. And there was something else with it. What was it? Oh, it was binding. So I literally had to dismantle the entire printer because everything was binding. And so when I dismantled the entire thing, I rebuilt it from the ground up, and then it's perfect now. And I've had no issues with it. But then again, it's not really an Ender 3. It's got a chocolate extruder on it now. So, like I said, working with a company, you guys have probably seen Make and Michael with the WeBox stuff. Well, I have that on there. I've had it for a couple months now. Just had an Ender 3 that the power supply burned up. Yes, this is a common issue with Ender 3s, especially the connectors, the XT60 connectors, I believe they're called. So for some reason, people like to solder those, and they're supposed to be solderless, or the vice versa. I forget which way it goes, but essentially they end up doing the wrong thing, and through electrical friction, sparks and everything, they essentially start melting the connector, and they can start a fire. It's been a up and down type thing with them over the last 3 years, I want to say. It's like they fix it for a little bit, and then it comes back, and then they fix it and it comes back. I don't understand it. Like, just fix the process. What's wrong with that? I don't understand it. Like, it's strange to me. But yes, that does happen. You'll see it. If you research like power supply or connector on any forum or Facebook group, you probably see it, and it'll come up. Those yellow connectors starting to turn brown and everything. So just make sure that you guys are checking those connectors. The best way to get around that is, well, I don't know if they still sell it, but TH3D Studio used to have, I think it was 14 gauge wire that essentially was just a direct wire. So instead of having a connector to the board, you would take that all off, and it would just be a straight connection. There would be no thing. So not only was it higher end wire and thicker wire, but it was a straight connection. So there was no connector. That could be good or bad for you. That depends. So I want a resin farm. I have one. No, but it's not for sale. Not yet, at least. I don't think it'll be for a while. So. So the Anycubic I can talk. So the Anycubic Photon Mono X6K with wash and cure would be a good setup for a beginner for resin. Yes, it would be. Now, talking about that, if you want to go a little bit cheaper and you don't want to spend too much money, look up the Mono X, just the regular X. It's a 4K printer, and it is. Last I checked, it was going for $379, but that might have ran out. I think they put it back up price-wise. But the kit, last I checked, was like right around $600. So that was a good deal. Whereas the Mono X 6K, I think that deal is like it's like $800 or $900. But either one will work perfectly. I do highly suggest using Shitubox over the Anycubic slicer. I'm not a big fan of it, but you go ahead and you choose what you want. There is also Lychee, which a lot of people love. I personally am kind of on the fence about it. Great supports, but it's just, for me, I'm too grandfathered into Shitubox to get used to something else, unfortunately. Teach an old dog new tricks, unfortunately. That's kind of how it goes. But yeah, there's those two slicers out there that are great. Again, I am more Shitubox, so 708 for the 6K and wash station right now. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Definitely. I would say, hey, if you want an affiliate link, I could send it to you. But I don't know if I can post affiliate links directly on YouTube. I can probably put it on the banner bar here if you guys want. But that's completely up to you. It's out there if you want. Let's see. After getting my Cobra Max, I want to replace my Enders with Vipers. So wasn't it you? No, it wasn't you. Nope, it wasn't. It was Ray. I was gonna say, wasn't it you that was asking about essentially printer racks? But no, it was Ray, because he was getting a Cobra Max. I kind of want to get a Cobra Plus for my next FDM printer. That's a pretty good size printer. I don't really know too much about it because it's still brand new, and I don't know too many people that have it. So issues and things like that, I don't know. Again, my Viper is tried and true. I absolutely love it. I've had no issues. The fan was making some noise there for a little bit, but just a little tap, and it was good. So just realized I was on the wrong stream. Huh? Were you like on an older stream or something? So I'll clear you out when you're ready. I'm building my own Iron Man suit out of PLA off my Ender 3 Pro. Any suggestions? Any at all will help. I'm building my own Iron Man suit out of PLA. So I would suggest for glue, looking up a company called 3D Gloop. They make some great bonding products for PLA and ABS. And I think they even have it for PETG now. I could be mistaken. I thought I saw it at Merck, though. But essentially, it's great glue. So you can print in multiple parts and put it together. Sanding is a great thing to do. I know it's a lot of work, but that's really the best way to get the greatest finish out of there. You can also use UV resin and kind of pour over it to sand it a little bit better and smooth out that. But you have to be very careful with that. Other than that, just choose wisely how you're going to print those. Make sure you give yourself enough room if you need padding, because a lot of those parts clunk together. So you got to think like the elbow parts. Okay, that piece is going to clunk every time you do this. Okay, every time you go to like wave or anything like that, move your hand. This is going to clunk. This is going to clunk. Your wrist might clunk. So all those parts might clunk. So you want to have some room for like foam padding or something, and just make sure that you use that. So what's up? How's it going, Alaska? Oh, Alaska Laser. Wait a minute, that's Tyler. You were on TikTok. Just realized I was on the wrong stream. Oh, I got it. I see. Yeah, Gloop is great stuff. I haven't really found anything better than them for FDM stuff, to be honest. I mean, obviously you can use super glue, but 3D Gloop that's great stuff. So thank you so much for the info. We'll include that in my build. Absolutely. Another thing, obviously, when you're making the mask and you're doing electronics, also take in mind where you're going to place electronics. I know it takes a little bit extra time to figure all that stuff out, but that's it's better to think ahead then print it than to print it and find out that, dang it, now I got to reprint it because I didn't take this into account. I know that's really hard to do and actually, well, to say, I know that sounds easy, and to actually do is two different things, but it will save you a bunch of time and a lot of extra filament. So just some tips. I really wish Vision Miner would make something similar. Their nanopolymer is top notch. Exactly, they are pretty good for bed adhesion. Yeah, I don't think they're into the fusion either. What are my thoughts on the E3D Revo hot ends? I think it's a really cool system. I don't know what price it is. In fact, while we're talking about this, let's take a look. E3D Revo. So is it the Revo? Or is it the... Oh my. Extruders and hot ends. So it's the Revo 6. A 24-volt, fully loaded kit. So that's essentially what you would use for an Ender 3. What is the fully loaded kit? So let's see. So the fully loaded kit is a 2.5, 4.4, 60, and an 80, all brass nozzles. So think about that. I'm back. What are we talking about? So right now we're talking about the E3D Revo, or Revo 6 specifically, which currently is not for sale. I don't know if it's something that is either back ordered or it's just not for sale right now to the public as of yet. It's still in testing phases. So Britain ERB, does resin printers have a smell to them? So the printers themselves do not, but it's the resin, and that's going to depend from person to person. So for me, no, there's all of the standard resins do not smell to me, and if they do, that means there's some sort of additive in it, like a tenacious or some sort of flexible or a higher end stuff. So not, I haven't, no, I'm sorry, that's wrong. I have come across two resins that were standard. Creality, when they first wanted to come out with their resins, they were asking us our opinions on it because they sent us some. And that they were boasting about low odor. And I was like, holy cow, dude. Like, I have a printer that's usually sitting like 3 feet away from me doing testing and whatnot. And I could smell it, blatantly smell it. And I even have a filtration system on the printer that I was using at the time. And I'm like, I can smell this, dude. Like, this is some heavy stuff. And they're like, oh, really? I'm like, yeah. And then my buddy John said the same thing. And a couple other people were like, yeah, the smell is horrible on this stuff. So it wasn't just me. It was very, very, very potent. But usually it's like special resins that are kind of on the smellier side. But either way, I always highly suggest getting a carbon filtration system. If you guys can or cannot hear, right behind me on this rack, I actually have it on full blast right now, which I could probably put that back down. But for the past week, I've had it on full blast just to kind of clear up some things. And I usually have about 5 printers running at a time, and I have that set to low. It's a tower fan essentially with carbon filtration system, and it takes care of everything for me. No, nothing is ventilated outside. Everything's taken care of inside. So, what's up, Levy? How's it going? All right, so back to the Revo 6. Really, really cool system. Awesome. Quick change. You know, everybody loves that. I think you can change it hot or cold, which is really, really cool. And the only downside of it is currently there's only brass nozzles. But I absolutely love the V6 style hot ends. That's what the Viper has, but it has the Volcano block on it. So it makes it for high flow. But we use it for normal flow anyways, because I don't need to put a ginormous nozzle on my stuff. What's up, Merritt? How's it going? Welcome to the chat. We're also live on the YouTube, on Twitch, on Twitter, on Facebook, wherever you can think possible. We are live, except for on Instagram. I got to figure out how to do that one. But how's it going, guys? I was this close to contacting you guys to make some custom pens for the company I started with, and I might still do that because you guys have the pens that you do, and they're not badly priced in my opinion for what you get. So, but they're really, really cool. I like those. I would ask you guys for the design, but I know that would probably be a no-no. But hey, you know, if you do, I'm willing to sign a contract saying, you know, I can't share it or anything. It's for my own personal use. But then I'd have to source out all the parts for it. And that's pain. So anyway, but yeah, the Revo E3D hot end is pretty cool. I like it a lot because of that quick change, and then the fact that they just have multiple nozzles. So if you were to get an E3D Revo, I would highly suggest getting the fully loaded kit if you do. Obviously, I know that's a lot more expensive, but you know, essentially, it's worth it to get it right then and there because you can easily change it up. However, with that being said, for all the new people, you got to understand that when you change from a 0.4 to a 0.2 or a 0.6 or a 0.8, you got to make sure that you change that in your slicer. I know a lot of people don't do that, and then they end up having literally a disastrous sponge because essentially you're trying to spit out X amount of plastic through a a 0.4 amount of plastic through a 0.8 nozzle, and that's what happens. It's literally just spitting it out. So it's like, oh, kind of pointless. But yeah, so as long as you make sure you do that, you're good. Yes, changing the nozzle on an i3 MK3 is horrible. Looks like a good upgrade for a quick change. Absolutely, and that's what Alan Mantic or Hot Rod Hippie. He on TikTok has a E3D Revo that he put on his MK, and so far it's looked great. Obviously, you will have to readjust your machine because you're swapping out the entire hot end, but I think it's a really good upgrade. I really kind of dig it. But for me personally, with the Viper probably will stay as it is. The only thing that ever needs to be changed on that is the nozzle. And again, I don't. If I do change the nozzle, it'll be to a hardened steel nozzle, and it'll be like that for the life of the printer. So that's kind of how it'll be. Anyway, but speaking of hot ends and things, I got an email from somebody today that basically said, hey, we know who you are, we like you, and we'd like to have you promote our products. And I'm like, you guys do know I do mostly resin. And they were basically like, yeah, we know that, but we like the way that you present things to people, and we think you'd be a good fit for promoting our products, and we'd like you to sign up for an affiliate link, and here is your invite. So I said, okay, cool. So I signed up. So you might see some promotion for that. I'm not a big promo person, but hey, you know, it is what it is. So send us your logo and we'll mass produce a few. Dude, that would be awesome. I mean, can I send you my logo and my company's logo? Like when I'm in my company, the company I actually work for, like obviously I have my company, which is not really a company. It's just kind of like I sell products through the name. It's not anything on an official level. But hey, that's awesome. Either way, that would be awesome. I would be ecstatic for that. I would use it all the time and be like, look at my house pan, because those are really really cool. I definitely do like those. Anyway, if they were on different machines, they would be interchangeable. Could save on costs that way too. His videos are good. Yes, Alan has a lot of insighted information, and he's kind of like me, where he's very straight and blunt. Maybe even a little bit more than me. But I think. I think he means well, but the way that he comes off at times are a little too forward for some people. But essentially, he does get the point across by explaining everything that he needs to. Like, take for example, I just saw him talking about the Palette Pro 3, I believe it was, and essentially saying how much of a pile of garbage it was. And that's what I hear from a lot of people. But essentially, he explains why it's a pile of garbage, but it does produce what it needs to do as long as you're okay with it. And one of the biggest things that I was like, had a big pet peeve about is I guess it uses a cloud-based slicing system, which is horrible. That's one of the things that makes like the Cricut bad. It's one of the things that makes a Glowforge just a pile of garbage, because cloud-based systems, in theory, they are great. But what happens if that company goes under? That means that product is no longer usable. That's a horrible, horrible thing to happen. So what'll happen is essentially that product will die for everybody that's using it. So it's not great. It's an ecosystem that should not be utilized, in my opinion. But that's just my 2 cents on it. Hey, what is this said logo thing? I may be interested. So for you guys that don't know, like I said, I am on TikTok here, and Merit 3D on TikTok. That's MERIT 3D. They essentially have the world's most insane resin printer, in my opinion. Nexa 3D would be a probably the most insane, but they are close second. So not really, but really. Anyway, um, they have a fleet of photocentric Magnas. Now, you guys know about the Sonic Mega. Uh, the Magna puts the Magna puts the Magna puts the Frozen in its place as you're a nice small printer. So let's just say that. If I'm not mistaken, if my mind recalls, the printer has a 21-inch LCD screen. This thing has a 15-inch LCD screen. That's 6 inches bigger. That's huge. And essentially, when they take the plate off, they take it off with like two hands, and they put it in essentially a freezer to wash off. Like their wash and cure is a freezer, like a bottom freezer that you flip up the top, like that type of a chest freezer. There we go. Couldn't think about it. But yeah, that's essentially what their wash station is. And then their cure station is an air hose for, or I'm sorry, a drying station is their air hose. And then curing is literally a giant box that is like 3 feet tall. I think it's a little bit bigger than my Mega is their cure box for the printer. So yeah, it's insane. But they basically do high custom fabrication stuff for companies. Additive manufacturing at its core. That's essentially what they do. And they have some amazing printers. Like I said, they have a fleet of Magnas. Their shop is probably has over $300,000 worth of resin printers, and they only have a handful of them. Like, I'm not even joking. These printers alone are like 80 grand a piece, but they are awesome. Like, if you look at the specs of a photocentric Magna, it is insane. Photocentric is such an amazing company. They make the resin for Prusa. So, yeah, crazy stuff. And they're not meant for everyday use. They're meant for specific things. They're not to be in the hands of users like me or you. I mean, I can probably handle that, but even me, I'd be worried about having some major failures with it. But they give me giddy. But anyway, going back to what I was talking about the logo thing, they make pens out of resin printing, and you can custom make the pen and have your logo in it. So they make pens for you with your custom logo in it. And they got some real crazy, twisty designs. Like I have some even crazier designs for them if they're still watching. Yeah, they have a website that you can check out, and you can essentially order. I think their lowest MOQ is 50 pens, which isn't bad. I think it's like $140 or something. I mean, that's not terrible, but in terms of thinking about pens, that's a hell of a lot of money. But you got to think these are personalized pens, one-off pens. Okay, nobody else in the world has these, so you got to think about it that way. Like if you were to handing out business cards with a pen, or a pen as a business card, like that would be awesome. So that super wicked. What company do they stick orange lollipops in their packages? I don't know if they do that. You're my favorite resin guy. That's freaking rad. Thank you very much. I am your resin 3D printing guy. Yeah. So, a Noxel X. I don't know what the Noxel X is. That doesn't sound familiar to me. Are you talking about Mono X? I don't know. But yeah, they're a really, really awesome company. So if you guys If you guys want to go check them out, definitely check out their TikTok. I'm sure they're on other social medias. In fact, I want to say they have a YouTube channel, if I'm not mistaken. But they are a really cool company to watch. They do a lot of like crazy things. They even printed a dragon. I think it was MacGyver's dragon though, but it was huge. Now, with that being said, okay, everybody's all about like the 6K, the 7K, the 8K for printing. Those printers, I don't even think print at 2K. Um, yeah, definitely not. So when you print things, you see the layer lines a little bit on it. And that's because it prints at 175 microns, which you got to understand at a 21-inch screen isn't bad. Um, and the thing is like these aren't just like cheap machines. They're industrial dental machines, probably more industrial side. So they have a specific use for them. So they're not meant to be insanely detailed or anything like that. They're supposed to be detailed to a point, but they have a specific thing that they are made to do, and that is additive manufacturing, 100%. So, you ever hear about using isopropyl alcohol to smooth PLA? There is a PLA that does that. It's called PVB. And talking about Yusu earlier, they had a PVB resin. I had a print. My daughter loves to wear it, but essentially I made a nude Cybot mask out of it. I printed it in red PVB, and if I put it in a isopropyl alcohol mist, or if I put isopropyl alcohol on something, put the print in there, and then covered it, essentially what it does is it vapor smooths. So isopropyl alcohol obviously evaporates very easily. So when it evaporates, it creates a smoothing process through the misting of evaporation. Really, really cool technology. Polymaker, I believe, is the first one that did that. In fact, I think they still do a lot of that. But essentially, they have what looks like a filament dryer, but it's poly smooth is what it's called, and it's PVB, and that's essentially what it does. Is it mists isopropyl alcohol out to smooth your prints. But I don't think regular PLA does that. I could be wrong, but I've never tried it, to be in all honesty. So, is that an 8K behind you? Several 8Ks. So I have the 8K Mini, Frozen Sonic Mini 8K, Frozen Sonic Mighty 8K, and the Frozen Sonic Mega 8K. And then we have the Anycubic M3 Max 7K. Then we also, down below us, we have the Nova 3D Whale 2 2K, and the Uniformation GK1 5K, and the Creality Hellet Sky 4K, and the Creality Hellet Light 4K. Then we have the Sonic Mini 4K and the Frozen Sonic Mighty 4K. So needless to say, if I was brand specific, it would probably be Frozen. But I still suggest to other people printers from other manufacturers. So this sounds much safer than acetone vapor smoothing ABS. Absolutely. Do you have any prints going on right now? Just on the Anycubic Viper, so on my FDM, but I probably should. I meant to do some stuff while I'm talking to you guys, but I usually get caught up with comments and things like that. But I do have a print that I just finished the other day. That is the Ghost Ship Benchy. Yes, I actually finally printed a Benchy. So it's a Ghost Ship Benchy, which is really cool because it's got like a dead body inside or something. And then it's got some chick crawling out of the back chest, which is really, really cool. And then these are parts that I scanned with the Creality CR scan. And then my designer cleaned them up and made them what they are. So essentially, they are this little print right here. And I know it's kind of hard to see. I'll show you guys really close up front. But essentially, that's what it is. And yeah, we'll we'll get this all set up and checked out. I gotta dip this off a little bit because the resin is off the other side here. But that's really what I got right now. What's up, Taxi? How's it going, mate? So yeah, oh yeah, I'll be live for a while. I'll probably be on here for another hour, maybe two, easily. It's been a while since I've FDM printed, and I hear the sounds of clicking, or what I think is clicking, and I don't know if it's clicking or something else. But yeah, we're making the head of me, since everybody thinks that the bearded skull is a representation of me, which I will say it has some similarities. It has a similar hairline type thing, and the beard, maybe not as big as a beard, but I could definitely get there. What's the official caffeine of Akuma mods? This boy right here. So technically, caffeine don't work on me. So because of the autism and ADHD, they just don't work. I'm the type of person where I can slam a 5-hour energy, and then 10 minutes later I can pass right out. So on that's kind of how it goes. If anything, these stabilize me a little bit, but they just kind of like keep me awake slightly. But they don't give me energy. Nothing gives me energy. I've slammed a pot of coffee once and passed right out. So, yeah. I've tempted the process of getting caffeine pills to see how they work, but I'm afraid that if I pop one and pop another and pop another, I'll probably end up overdosing. So I'm like, I'm good. Not that I want to send you guys down that terrible path, but hey, I've been an FDM guy for a while now. Been looking into SLA. Great time. Printers are very, very cheap, especially the larger ones. So yeah, I would definitely suggest looking at SLA. For me, I have about 3 feet of workspace for my resin printers. Essentially, if you get a resin printer and you get a wash and cure, 3 feet of space should be more than plenty for anybody that works with resin printers. So, yeah, exactly. I drink a 32 shot of espresso and go to bed. That's exactly me, 100%. I've done it. I've downed an entire coffee in one sitting, a 32 ounce, because that's what I usually get. And it just, yeah, I'm out. So, take for example yesterday, I slammed a bottle of Coke, not a Mexican Coke, but what was it, 20 ounce or whatever? Yeah, and I was passed right out. I woke up like 3.5 hours later, but yeah, I passed out. Then I passed out again. So my wife has trained me to become a Starbucks user. I'm sorry. Starbucks is very, very expensive compared to Dunkin'. But I'm also Dunkin' because I live right across the street from a Dunkin', so it's kind of awesome. I'm too poor for Starbucks. Well, if you didn't have to pay licensing, I'm not even going to go there. I'm just messing with you. Yeah, no, Starbucks is definitely pricey. I don't really like Starbucks anyways. There's nothing there that really is like, oh my god. And unfortunately, my drink that I usually get from Dunkin' Donuts, they have stopped selling. Essentially, they're just making the supply run out, and once it's gone, it's gone. And it's called a Dunk Chino. It's essentially like hot chocolate with coffee. So I hate the taste of coffee. So that's essentially what it is, but it's great. So get it hot. Don't get a frozen one because it's way too sweet. But yeah, I definitely would suggest that. Vayan, what's up, man? Long time no see. I haven't seen you in a long, long time, dude. How's it going? So, let's see here. Yeah, that is an expensive addiction. I agree. That's a lie. I still buy Monster for $4. I can't drink most commercial coffee. It gives me reflux. Yeah, I understand that one. Don't get me started. I paid almost $500 to license that pretty ad. Yes, it's called a Dunkachino. So it's DUNK, Chino, CCINO. I think that's what it is. But yeah, go ahead and try it out. See how you guys like it. But unfortunately, if you like it, too bad. It's gone. So they took it away years ago, probably what 15 years now. And I was so disappointed because I'm like, that's the only like coffee I drink because I hate coffee. And I petitioned to get it back. And literally, not even like a month before I found out that it was going away, I found that email in my old email address. And I was like, oh my God, this is the email I sent. And they sent me an email back saying, congratulations, you have won our hearts over type thing with all these the petition to bring back the Dunkachino. So I'm here to tell you that we're bringing it back. And I was like, yes. So I've been drinking it ever since. I vowed to never not drink it. Some speedy guy says that isn't true. Kidding. I can't see what the other one says. Honestly, I drink about 12 pack of Dew and one Starbucks in the morning. I I used to be a Pepsi guy. I grew up on Pepsi, and one day I was sitting playing Call of Duty and I drank an entire 24 case of Pepsi just because I was thirsty. Um, and yeah, I stopped that. I went cold turkey for a little bit. It was horrible. And then a taco place that I went to, um, one of my buddies is like, dude, you got to try Coke, Mexican Coke. I'm like, I hate Coke. I hate it. I hate the taste of it. It's very phlegmy to me. He's like, no, dude, Mexican Coke, way different. You will absolutely love it. And I grabbed a Mexican Coke one day with my tacos, and I never looked back. It's been the greatest thing ever. And now I'm a Coke person. But I'm not a big fan of regular Coke. I would definitely, if you told me that this costed $5 and a regular Coke costed $2, I would still buy this. I don't care. I would definitely buy this over that. And yes, it is definitely way more expensive because I think a case of these is like $20, and I can probably buy what 2.5 24 packs. So 324, no, 6, 12. Yeah, so I could buy 3 24 packs and a 12 pack for the price that I buy a 24 case of this. But it's worth it. Can't change my mind. What's a good file to calibrate resin? This one right here, the resin exposure setting from Frozen 3D. You can find it on their Facebook page. Get it. It's probably the best one out there. So I used to drink. Oh, hold on. That's amazing. I'm going to try and order one tomorrow. Absolutely. Let me know how it goes. Tag me in the video and be like, look, grab a Nick. So what's funny is if I opened up my Dunkin' Donuts app, it says the Akuma Mod special. Not even joking about that. So like when I would order it, when I had the ability to pre-order it, because they took it off the ordering menu even, so you can't even get points because I use the app every single day because after X amount of drinks, they give you a free drink. So it's like it's a win-win. I spend money there and then they give me a free one. So that's really, really awesome. So, but I can't pre-order it anymore. But yeah, it says Akuma Mod special on it. So I used to drink 3 to 5 2-liter bottles of Dr. Pepper. Yeah, that's kind of how I was. Um, they need to bring back the ghost pepper donut. So I had a thought about that. So I wanted to try and get a live stream going with all of, well, as many big name people as I possibly could in the 3D printing community and do a ghost pepper challenge or the one chip challenge, the Pokoi one chip challenge. That's what I was going to try and do. I thought that would have been great, and I still have some. I think I have two of them upstairs. I'm very hesitant on doing it because once you hit 30, acid reflux is like knock knock. Who's there? Because, like I said, I had KFC Nashville hot chicken today for lunch, and it's killing me right now. So, Halloween last year, and it was so freaking good. Yeah. A day now, I try to drink Sprite for my soda fix. Oh man, that shit hurt. Yeah, I bet. It looks like bad. Yeah, really good. Thanks, bud. Been really busy sorting the new house out. How's you? Just kind of going through life, changing jobs, getting everything situated, dealing with the resin print farm, the side business, chatting with some of the big wigs on 3D printing and whatnot. And, just kind of chatting with the people on a daily basis. So that's really about it. It's nice to see you around though. The chip was painful. The donut was nothing. So that's the same experience I had. So Red Robin came out with the ghost pepper burger, and I absolutely love that burger. It was great. I don't think they have it anymore, but it was hysterical because the guy that I worked with, I worked at Woodfield Mall at the time, and one of the office guys came down there with me, and he's like, "Oh, I'd love to try this," and I'm like, "All right, let's try this, man." And so I have a video of him just trying a piece of frying, and he's just like, "Oh my god, this is killing me," and I'm like, "Really, really, it's that bad?" He's like, "Oh god, this is so hot." And I'm like, all right, let me try this. So I take my burger and I dip it in there and I eat it. And I'm like, yeah, it's got a nice kick. It's actually got a nice flavor. And he's like, "You're not dying from this?" I'm like, "No, this ain't that hot." And I think it's just because the capsation is different for each thing that you do. So capsaicin, capsaicin, I think it is. Um, anyway, it's different for each and every person, and it's different for each and every product because essentially, if you can cook it down, you can cook it out to an extent, obviously, um, but that's a lot of things that people don't understand is like when you have a ghost pepper versus like a ghost pepper dip. It's two different things. It's definitely not going to be as hot unless you make some additives to make it become that pepper. Because, like I said, when the processing and everything like it tends to lose its heat. So, uh, Frost Donuts in Washington has an Aztec donut, cayenne pepper or chocolate donut. That actually sounds pretty good. Dixie Barbecue in Redmond, West Washington, before Dupass made the man sauce. He used the toothpick. Oh, I think I seen that on the Food Network or something like that, where they would have you sign a waiver and it would be a toothpick challenge type thing. That would be good. And I would, if you're Zolan, if you're in Washington and you're around Kent, Washington, or anybody that's watching, that's around Kent, Washington, and I'm sure Sniper, if he's here, he'll jump in. But there is a Mexican restaurant. Now I live in Chicago, which is literally the land of food. I'm not even joking. I can walk down the street and have any type of food I can possibly want. And yes, I literally mean walking distance. And I don't even live in Chicago. Um, but there is a amazing taco place out there, and just Mexican food in general. Even their normal steak is the best I've ever had, ever. Um, it is called Asadero Sinola in Kent, Washington, or maybe it's just outside of Kent. but it is hands down the best Mexican food I have ever had. Like, no Mexican food here has ever touched it, remotely close to it. That's how good it was. And that's a lot saying, coming from a Chicagoan. I tried Mad Dog 357 and it was the worst. That sounds disgusting. Since 1991, we have been selling the world's hottest products. Mad Dog 357 Plutonium and Mad Dog 357 hot sauce. That's crazy. What is the Scoville ratings on these? Plutonium 9. 1 million Scoville. That's insane. You just sell chilies too? Do chilies? That's not bad. 1 million. But here's the thing, like, I'm all for doing like hot sauce challenges and things like that and spicy food, but it's gotta taste good. Like, take for example Buffalo Wild Wings. A lot of people know Buffalo Wild Wings. There's the blazing wings. Okay. They're terrible. They taste horrendous. Like, if they actually tasted good, I probably wouldn't have an issue with how hot they were. But it was just like literally somebody just took a spice cabinet and threw it in my mouth. Like, that's what it tasted like. Now, I haven't tried that challenge in a long time, but I moved quickly from that to mango habanero, and those are amazing. And again, it's been a long time since I've had those, but those used to be my go-to, and they used to give me rosy cheeks. Like, they were so good. Loved it. So I lived in Washington for 20 years. I'm located in Lake Havasu. And man, we have this place that did something similar. Oof. Chino Benditos. Love that place. Phoenix. I am stuck in Oklahoma now, land of no flavor. Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping down the plain. All right, I'm going to stop singing. Save your guys' ears. And you, bud, and I'm glad I got up early enough to watch the stream. Well, thanks for stopping in, man. Look up the sauce extracts on Amazon. Chino Bendito is funky. Mexican Asian fusion. North Dakota is the land of no flavor. So I'm pretty sure that like all that area is no flavor, because I don't hear anything about anything out there, which is unfortunate. Which I guess would be a good thing, because if you have a good food, send it on out there. You know, you would make a fortune out of it. They put beef gravy on it, enchiladas. Now, I'll be honest, that sounds very interesting, but I'm a secret fat. Well, I'm not really a secret fat kid, but I'm sort of a secret fat kid. But that sounds delicious to me. Odd but delicious. But I'm a big gravy guy, so like you smother, you give me biscuits and gravy, like not the biscuits and gravy we're thinking of. Let me rephrase that. Like buns and gravy and mashed potatoes. Boom. Down. I will literally eat an entire plate of just that and be happy. So we just had strawberry habanero salsa. It was amazing. That is very interesting. Because it would be like the sweet and spicy. Sweet and spicy. It's always weird hearing those combinations, because you're like, what in the hell? And then you try it and you're like, wow, this is good but weird in the same sense. So bedtime for me. Yeah, no, it's late for a lot of people. Thanks for stopping in, Zolan. Bipolar sauce. That's a good way to say it. That's a good thing. All right, should we actually do some work and kind of chat with you guys while we're working? I think so. What do we need to do? So we need to clean up this print and get it up and out of there. So first things first, we need to get it off of here. So I'm going to let that sit for a quick second because there's still stuff that needs to drip out of there. Definitely not playing basketball. Tabasco chocolate is pretty good. So I'll be honest, I'm not a big fan of Tabasco in general, but that does sound interesting because the sweet and spicy is, like I said, it's a very interesting flavor that sounds disgusting, but is usually pretty good. But Tabasco sauce in general, I'm not a big fan of it. I think it's just got too much pepper, at least for my taste. But hey, that's just me. So, did you do the Eddie print over? I have not yet. I've been for like the past week, maybe 2 weeks. I've just been kind of in a printing funk where I try to get myself out of it, and it's just like I'm sitting here doing nothing, and then I end up talking to you guys. And to be honest, I'd rather talk to you guys. But yeah, no, I'm that's what I'm gonna do right now. I'm gonna set it up, get it all cleaned up, see what the hell's going on with the printer, because we need to figure that out. And then I'm gonna reprint it. Maybe I'll put it on a Mighty 4K and print it on that because that'll definitely print. But yeah, we'll get it working. All right, gotta go. I'll stop by later if you're still on. Yeah, I'll probably be on for another hour, maybe two. So I'm not a huge chocolate person, neither am I, but I really wish, like, we used to have Godiva stores around here, and oh my God, they had these things called berry cups. So essentially what it was a Reese's peanut butter cup without the peanut butter in it. It was just a bottom cup, and it was either dark chocolate or milk chocolate. I'm a milk chocolate guy. And then they would put blueberries and raspberries in it and drizzle chocolate all over. And oh my God, they were $5 a piece, which is a lot of money, but they were orgasmic. Like, I loved them. Any chance I could, I would go and get one. And unfortunately, now all their stores are gone. They don't have any. So my parents are chocolatiers. I have been around chocolate for way too many years. That's awesome. That would be something cool to tell a lot of people. So, like, oh yes, you love chocolate? Well, I've got better chocolate at home. I'm amazed. We've actually had a consistent amount of people in here. So, but yeah. So talking about chocolate, like I said, I do have a chocolate 3D printer here. Now, I need to start working on it a little bit more. But again, the whole like writer's block type thing, I need to get it out. The thing is, it's true. That's awesome. What am I working on? So I'm working on talking to you guys. No, so I printed out a Ghost Benchy. So we got that going. I want the Cocoa Press. Now I'm gonna try and get one of those. Not the press, but the. All right, I'll just leave it at that. I'm gonna try and get one. I do, like I said, I do have a chocolate printer. It's definitely not a cocoa press, and I wish it printed like a cocoa press. But I think I got to talk with them a little bit more on the processes of chocolatiering to understand it a little bit better than what I think the processes are. That makes sense. So essentially, I think I'm just doing things wrong, and I know I'm doing things wrong because things are sort of working. So I have been looking at getting a chocolate printer for their store. Well, the Cocoa Press, it's 10 grand, but it's definitely awesome. I don't know if I took video of that. No, I did. So on my TikTok, if you scroll through, there was when I went to Murph, I was showing it off. They printed a Benchy in chocolate without any supports. And then they were talking about printing chocolate supports, and I was like, what? But yes, it is way too much money. It's not meant for people. It's meant for businesses. So need to temper your chocolate. 100%. That's something I'd never do, and that's probably why my stuff is failing. So, did you ever find a good Gambit? So talking about Gambit, somebody on Discord sent me that file that we were looking at, the Wicked one, the one where the guy had some amazing models, the one that was like crazy over designed models. You guys remember that when we were scrolling through? Well, somebody had a Patreon ability to send a file, one file, and in his awesomeness, he sent me a link to that file, and I was like, it's not what I wanted, but absolutely, I would love to print that out. He or she, I don't know who it is, but yeah, it's definitely going to get printed on one of these printers at some point. So stay tuned because we are printing a Gambit, and it will go up. So, but yes, I that one I would say is the best one that I've seen. So, like I would use it for business, yeah, but you gotta. So it would just be best to buy it for a business. So you can write it off essentially because it's a product. So, love that file. Need to print it, finish painting mine. Yeah. So, but I can't wait. Oh, you guys are talking about that. Yeah, that the Wicked guy, holy hell, dude. That guy has some amazing talent. And look, I'm not trying to put down all the other artists that I've seen or talked about, but when I just stumbled upon him and then I started looking at all his Patreon stuff, I was just like jaw dropping amazing models. Like the insane detail. I couldn't even imagine how long it takes this guy to do things. But it's just oof. Do I prefer resin or FDM? Well, I think it speaks for itself. Resin is 100%. So, um, absolutely. Welcome back, Bendu. Um, who was it? Who was it that sent me the file? Or who is it that had some amazing models? Because his name's Wicked on Patreon. So thank you guys for reminding me because I got to download that. I don't know if it's got a time frame on it. I hope not. Yeah, so I'll try and show you guys here in a quick second. Let me. It is his Patreon is so it's patreon.com/3D Wicked with a capital W. Look it up and just scroll through. You don't even have to be a Patreon person. You can just scroll through and see his stuff. And it's like he has some amazing art on top of it. And I first saw the art and I was like, wow, this is amazing. It would be great if it was a model. And I literally scrolled down like 2 seconds later and there was the model right there. And I was like, holy cow, dude. Like he's got crazy models. Insane. I considered getting a resin printer at Murph. Wait, who are you? Oh, hey, since we're talking about that, I might as well send you the file that I've been slacking on too, because like I was stating, the past 2 weeks I've just been like ghosting. So, welcome to the lovely mind of Matt. Um, I think I have to hack my resin printer, Elegoo Mars, my Sanix Optimus Prime. The cuts are too long. The cuts are too long. Yeah, so I actually have a filament. I have a print going on right now on my one filament printer that I have running right now, which is my Anycubic Viper. So if you are looking for an FDM printer, I highly suggest that printer. I know it's a little bit more expensive than most people would like to spend, but it truly is one of the best printers I've had out of box experience. So, all right, muchas gracias for your support and welcome to our wicked dream. Join us. Need an invoice for this? No, I'm just going to download that model. Wow, there it is. So I can do 368 millimeters. Holy hell, that is a huge model. Wait, no, that's not. Well, that's pretty big. It's pretty big. So let's go. We're just going to download all of them. Screw it. Download non-supported, One Piece, Expose, images, pre-supported Shitu box, and a pre-supported STL. That's awesome, though. Too tall for the printer, yeah, unfortunately. But, I mean, we can always break it up. I've been in the my resin printing phase. It's not just resin printing, it's just in general, my mind's just, too tall for the printer. His Archangel is fantastic, yes. Like I said, we were just kind of scrolling through all of his models, and literally all of his models are just perfection. So fun fact, we got Theodore a Kingaroon for him to learn on. It's tiny and it prints really well. Like a Kingaroon KP3S, that's a really good printer if you did. I have one sitting in a box right here I need to take a look at. I usually go 50 or 75% because they're huge. Yeah, I agree. For what it is, we took it to the fair and it ran like champ, even with the wind and dust. Awesome. All right, so let's close that out. So now we got this file. Should I move this to prints? Sure. Facebook stream is the sharpest for me. All right, well, cool. I'm surprised because Facebook usually clips the hell out of my video because I run it in 1080p. So that's good to know. But like I said, we are on TikTok, we're on Twitch, we're on Twitter, we're on YouTube, we're on Facebook, on several different pages. So if you guys aren't subscribed to the Twitch or the YouTube, go ahead and do so. It's twitch.com/AkumaMods_, because unfortunately somebody already took Akuma Mods. And then youtube.com/Akuma Mods. Just go ahead and hit the sub or follow or whatever. I need to save up for a new resin printer because the LD002R is too small for my needs. Still a pretty good printer. And what's great about resin printers is it's very easy to hack up a model and piece it together because you could essentially use the same type of resin that you use for printing to meld it together. So really, really cool. Yes, it is a KP3. Awesome. Those are really, really cool printers. It's broken in pieces. You can print it at 50. He has the option. Yeah, so I just downloaded all of them. So let's see. I forgot who sent that to me. I gotta give him a shout out when I print that. And I forgot I got to download some stuff from Hex3D. The Poet GQ. That's who sent that to me. So if you're watching and you want to be anonymous, thank you. That's too kind. I've gotten hooked on uncut models from Wicked. Yeah, I was always an uncut model person, but then I started to be okay with cut up models. So our only complaint is no runout sensor. Yeah. So you can probably add one of those though. I did. So that's you, the poet, who sent that to me? Who's that, Jag? Awesome. Well, thank you very much. You must have heard me talking about you because somebody was asking me, they're like, hey, did you find a Gambit model? And I was like, no, not really. But somebody sent me one of the models that we were looking at. And while it's not the one that I'm like wanting to get, it's still an awesome model that I wanted to print. And so somebody sent it to me. So thank you very much, sir. That was awesome. We're definitely going to have to set up one of these printers. I'd love to have one of the big printers do it, but both of them are down, and I just don't have the want to fix them right now. And even if I did, I don't want to print on them without a screen protector. Geez, brain fart. Thank you for always helping me. Absolutely, Sarah. I'm always here for help, regardless. But that's absolutely above and beyond a thank you. So again, I thank you. And I'm sure a lot of people will just be like, because now Brit's poking me, Sith Lord Brit, and she's like, "Where's your painting?" And I'm like, that's right. I need to start getting back to painting and doing all that. But maybe we'll see about putting it and cutting it up on multiple printers, because somebody said it, or you said that it was cut up. So maybe we'll do that, put it on multiple printers, and then when we come back from vacation, if there still is a vacation, that's a whole other thing. We'll do that. And if not, guess what? Guess what I'm doing for vacation? I'm printing. So how's the GoFundMe? So the GoFundMe is doing okay right now. Last I checked, it was around 560. But some things might change with that. Our technical real goal is 1,300, not 1,800. But we still have a while to go. So essentially, I need to get that all situated and done with by at least October at the latest. So we still got a couple months to go. So I'm just kind of letting it drag out. I'll promote it this weekend as well, just to put it out there again, so it kind of gets back up. But I have to choose my words wisely, because even with me choosing my words wisely, TikTok seemed to have flagged my video because my view count is right in the toilet right now. So they're getting very picky on sending people outside of TikTok. So yeah, how was it? I sent mine to you via PayPal because I didn't know where to send it. Yeah, so thank you for sending that. I will put that into the donations, but I guess GoFundMe only allows $5 donations. But your $1 donation is perfectly fine. I have no problem with that. I'll try and set it in there when I put my stuff. So what's the GoFundMe for? So for those who are new and don't know what's going on, there's a fellow TikToker here called venomous.vixen. It's venomous period Vixen. And she basically made a video about how she did all this 3D printing stuff, quit her job, basically started her own side business, well, a business essentially, of 3D printing and selling prints and whatnot. And she was talking about her 9-year-old daughter and how essentially she wanted to be like mommy and get a 3D printer and her own desk and everything and be like her mom. So I saw that and I was like, absolutely, 100%. So I was initially just going to send her a printer from my own money, call it a day. And I figured, hey, this would be a great opportunity to have the community involved and essentially allow them to get in on helping this out. Whether they want to or not, it's completely up to them. I'm not forcing anybody's hand, like you need to donate to this. No. It's out there if somebody wants, but it is on GoFundMe. There is a link on one of my videos, and it's basically typed in on the video. So if you can't find it that way, you can just look up First Printer on GoFundMe, and that should yield a result, and you'll see it. And I believe my name will be on it, so you guys know who it is. But essentially, all I asked for is a $5 donation. Originally, I asked for a $1 donation, but I guess GoFundMe only allows $5 at the minimum, so it is what it is. But essentially, I wanted to get all of the community members involved in this, and essentially, that's what we were trying to do. Now, some people did donate a little bit more. I'm not 100% happy about it, but hey, you know, I'm not going to say no to it because they're helping. And again, the reason why I put originally I put a $1 donation was because I wanted to get as many community members to help out. And $1, nobody's going to matter about a $1. And unfortunately, like I said, $5 is the minimum, so it is what it is. So, what was the GoFundMe link? So let me pull this up here. So here, let me just look at something really quick, and then First Printer. All right, so the name of the GoFundMe is called Let's Get Charlize Her First Printer. If you look up First Printer, it will pop up. It should be the first one that pops up. If you just go to GoFundMe and look for it, then you know that's basically what it's going to be at. Right now we are at $595, but that will change, and there's reasons for that. So yeah, I sent. Oh, you sent there as well. All right, cool. Awesome. That is great. That's awesome that you made some models for them. Be careful. Don't get in trouble. Get in trouble for what? So they flag videos to tell people so they flag them in a way that they cut your viewer count. That's essentially what it does. Not that they will ban you or anything like that from anything. No, they won't do that. Yeah. If you send me a link to the GoFundMe, I will donate. Awesome. I will definitely get that to you. Give me 1 second since you're on there. I can't really do it on TikTok, unfortunately. So. And thank you very much, Brian. Hopefully that's set it up there. There we go. All right. Yeah, you won't get in any trouble. It's just for some reason lately TikTok has been flagging people's videos who say like link tree in my bio type thing. Certain keywords they've been catching. So. What the hell happened? Okay. All right. Well, whatever. Whatevs. But yes, thank you to anybody that's wanting to donate. That is awesome. I'll put that up in the in here. I'll put it up over here as well in case anybody wants to see it. There we go. All right. So now it's posted everywhere, so everybody should be able to see it. All right, perfect. Now we're good. All right, let's get back to trying to print stuff, eh? Don't you know? So on another note here, I know a lot of people want to help out and things like that. In terms of printer, we have that set. I'm going to try and keep it under wraps what I am planning on. But obviously, I'm sure it will come out at some point. But essentially, I have it set. That's what we're going to get. I've already set my sights on it. Regardless if we make our goal or not, I'm going to get it essentially. So that's kind of how it is. Awesome, thanks. Got my first real print going now. No, not just the test code. Sweet. Why are you doing that? You churched? There we go. All right. Nerd Slinger, what's up, bud? How's it going? Welcome to the chat. It's your resin 3D printing guy. No, just kidding. It's AkumaBots. Not kidding anymore. It's AkumaBots. It's me. Guess who's back? Back again. Kuma's back. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Na 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 na. God. I should do that. That's great. Did my last comment show up? I don't know if it did. Let's see here. What is the GoFundMe for? Did you hear me explain what the GoFundMe is for? So a fellow TikToker here, Venomous Vixen, Venomous.Vixen, her daughter wanted to get a 3D printer, and she was just basically telling everybody about it. Oh, you said something after that? No, I didn't. That was the last comment I saw of yours. It just said, what's the GoFundMe for? That's it. So. But no, it did not show up. So, did you like Ruby? Ruby, ride! Unbelievable! Green, super green. I love Ruby Rod. Greatest character of all time. All right. Damn, I totally forgot to do that. I think tomorrow we're going to do a live stream unboxing. Yeah, he was telling me about it. Well, like I said, I'm not a big Minion person, but that one would definitely be funny. I would love to see that, just to see how it looks. I might have to print that one because that one's too good. I love Ruby Rod. He's great. I'm talking about him like he's a real person, but yeah, he's one of my favorite. What do they call that? Fictional characters. You get to sit next to Ruby Rod. I did not print it. No, he told me about it on the live stream here because he was. Which one did I see? Oh, I saw the Legend one. I was talking to him about. Only in resin. There is no other way, isn't there? Not very chatty in YouTube, and wow, we got one person on everything at least. It's crazy. We got 2 people in the new. Awesome. Thank you, Vane. Thank you very much, sir. That helps a lot. So yeah. Anything helps. So again, I thank you all very much for that. It is not needed, but much appreciated. That's a great saying. Not needed, but much appreciated. Not needed, but much appreciated. am I doing? What am I doing? I'm losing my mind. It's a pleasure to support the community. Absolutely. I agree. 100%. $1 billion. All right, what am I doing here? We should probably get that print off so I can get everything going, get that situated. Maybe we'll clear off the uniformation because we got to do some content with that because I haven't done any in a while, and I really should because it's a great printer, and I've been slacking on it terribly, like really, really bad. So, yeah. Let's grab some gloves, get all this stuff off, and get started here. Let's get it started in here. You know, that wasn't actually the original song. I had the original song. A lot of people lost their mind about it. Even I was like, I can't believe they got away with this. I was like, oh my God. Even I can have an offense to this. I was offended. Well, that's fine. Be offended. Nothing happens. We are printing big Halloween minions right now. Ooh, nice. Hey, did you guys happen to do that homebrew again or no? Just curious. I'd love to send you some filament to try it out for me, but I'm kind of tapped out right now. Ray Zamora. Ray Zamora, what's up? What am I going to print? I have no idea right now. We'll have to see. Echo did for a bottle I designed. Nice. All right. So let's get this print off. Oh, you know what? Let me try out a new product that I got. You guys can be the first to see it. It's not really meant to be for 3D printing, but I'm gonna try and implement it to be for 3D printing. So we'll have to see. I might have to cut this open, or I could just cut it open because I can with the product. Which is awesome. So, as you guys may or may not know, I do a lot of resin printing, and I use pretty thin spatulas. That is the key to my work, and I absolutely thank Epax 3D for providing one of the best scrapers I have ever used. That is great. But if we need to go above and beyond, there is this that I use for resin printing as well, which is my basically a window scraper. It's literally a straight edge razor with a long handle on it, and so it's great. But this is even bigger and better than this. And with us going bigger resin printers, we kind of need something like this. So we're going to test it and see how it goes, because this is also flat and it's bigger. So hopefully it's better. But just looking at this, I think this is too thick. It's too thick. You might have to trim it down. I was going to ask if you have a P.O. box. I do not have a P.O. box, unfortunately. I just have the business address. So, have you tried the Everyone metallic copper filament yet, Matt? It's awesome. I have not. I've only tried their resin lately. I haven't tried any of their filaments. It's been a while since I've needed filaments, so that's also another reason. So, but anyway, let's see how this works, and hopefully we don't kill ourselves. I don't think it will. But it's not the greatest. Wish it had a little more of an edge, but It'll definitely work for large prints, getting underneath it for sure. But it's more of a bludgeoned object out of anything. But we'll keep it around and try it out on some other stuff and see how it goes. Is that a magnet? No, I thought it was. Boo. That would have been awesome. But no, sadly it's not. Wah, 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 wah. So, what's up, Akuma? How's it going? Do you have a recommendation for a quick color changing filament? I don't. Sorry. Just the like dual extrusion filaments. Those are pretty good, but that's a different thing of quick changing. I unfortunately do not have any information about quick changing. But anyway, sorry I could not help in your quest in finding a quick changing filament. Apologies. Whenever I say sir, for some reason my voice automatically goes to Jarvis. Sorry, sir. Yeah, cool idea in theory, but just doesn't work for the flow that I need it. But we'll, like I said, we'll still try that out, see how it goes. Come on. All right, so that's good. Let's go ahead and scrape all this stuff off. BB Life Rainbow Fast Color Changing Silk. Awesome. Well, there you go. Sorry I couldn't help you, but at least you got someone that could help you. You should print an energy sword from Halo. Let's take a look. I'm not too familiar with Halo. When people say Halo, I think of a gun, not a sword. So let's take a look here. Let's get everything out of here, and then we'll take a look. Give me a quick second here, sir. Let's mix up this resin really quick so we can get it going again. Just say no, Matt. I mean, I have the resin. We might as well try it. Right? You can do it, but why? Because why not? I'm putting a 2K screen in the LDR002R. Wait a minute. The 2R has a 2K screen. You mean a monochrome screen? At least I'm pretty sure it's got a 2K screen. I swear to God it did. Because the only difference between the LDR and the LDH was the monochrome screen. That was it. They were the same printer. Finished converting this Two Tree Sapphire Pro, converting it to a printer that works. Oh! Chrissy, wake up. I don't like this. Chrissy, wake up. No, hey, okay. I don't like this. Chrissy, wake up. Did I tell you guys I got some new resin? Did you get over to Gene and Jude's for National Hot Dog Day? No, because I don't ever look at that stuff. Well, I got my Under 5 Plus together. I'm sorry. Gonna stop here and put Clipper on it tomorrow. Oh, okay. So you're gonna actually make it work. I do highly suggest checking out th3dstudios.com for upgrades for your Under 5 Plus. You're probably gonna need them, but Clipper's a good step. Yes, 2K monochrome screen. Yes. So, yeah, like I said, I think it's got a 2K RGB screen in it already. You're just upgrading from RGB to monochrome, which makes it print basically twice as fast. Yeah, I'd have put a Lurge keyboard and Lurge screen in it. So maybe it'll actually work. Because those things have been kind of so-so. Yeah, I don't usually look into like the special days or anything like that. But no, I did not get over to Gene and Jude's for National Hot Dog Day, and it was probably a good thing that I didn't, because I'm sure the line would be out the door, and I'm good waiting. I'm good. So I've waited most of my life for things to happen. I'm good waiting. I'm done waiting. The upside down got Eddie. Eddie did not come out very good. No, neither. Well, I guess the bust or the actual God, the bottom part of the Eddie print can be salvaged. So I guess that's kind of good. Oh, this is the bad thing about this. So let's see here. Can we get at with this? Yeah, it's just cumbersome. That's the issue. It's not very feasible. It's unfortunate. I was hoping to find something with a bigger footprint, but nope, that would be too easy, people. Chrissy, wake up. I don't like. What's up, Salsa? How's it going? Yeah. Okay. So, what's up, Ray? How's it going, man? Ooh. Taking some prints off and getting everything situated. Ooh, I forgot that was a solid print. Yeah, we're gonna toss out Eddie. Eddie's not salvageable. There's something terribly wrong with his print. Hi, Eddie. I don't like this. Now I'm gonna keep singing that song. Flexi plate for that machine. Nope. I don't use flex plates. Nope. So far I'm happy because I can finally use my resin printer. It's awesome. All the hype is all about. Oh, this makes my third one, and I've been printing with the first two for about 2 years. And they're both stock except silent boards. On 5 pluses, you're like one of the few. Third one, I'm going all upgrades to see what all the hype is about. Ah, gotcha. That ain't coming off. Yeah, so that plate is really really cool. It's not as crazy as the M3 Max here. That for some reason is just insanely stuck to the plate every single time. So the worst part is that I can't get a single complete print. So are you tuning? Because I'll be honest, it took me a little over what, an hour and a half, 2 hours on a live stream to tune in this JO resin. So just how's the new job? It's been going good. I've been there for about 2 months now, but we're in talks on going from a supervisor position to a manager position. So we'll see how that goes. I have technically a second interview on Friday, and yeah, we'll see how that goes. So, worst comes to worst, they say no, and they say no, and I just stay at a supervisor level for now. Because I mean, I have only been there for little over 2 months, so I mean, there's no right for me to be able to move up right now. But with my experience, they can kind of overlook that. I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of flack for it, but it is what it is. So I can't even get a full test printed. What? So what printer do you have? What print times are you printing with? What's the new job? So about two and a half months ago, I took a position at a freight forwarding company that's based out of Germany. And, I live here in good old America. And I work basically right at the airport. And I'm a supervisor for the export. And they have a manager position open for the GDP side, which is more like the handling of what do they call that? Like dangerous goods, essentially, and medical supplies. So, what's up, Venomous? How's it going? We were just chatting about you earlier, not in a bad way. Just chatting about what's going on with everything. So, so you have a Hallett One, a Anycubic, and an Elegoo Mars. So the Anycubic and Elegoo Mars are going to be printing around 7 or 8 seconds with a bottom layer of about 50. That's usually what I had my stuff set at. So I would start there, start on the higher side, so 8 seconds at normal exposure and 50 seconds for bottom exposure. And then for the Hallett One, start at 2.2 for normal exposure and 30 for your bottom, and see if those work. If they don't, something else is up. So what's up? What's up? What's up? Van, thank you. Yes, so I do have another interview. So I did an initial interview with basically like the director of warehousing, and everything was good on that end. And yeah, we just have to do a secondary one. Work for Estes. We need a better supervisor at our terminal. Are you in Chicago? I doubt they would pay me what I get paid now. Damn it. Let's see. Had the worst sinus infection, so been away from TikTok the last couple days. I know how that is. I had like bad sinuses, and it turned out to be COVID. So hopefully you don't have COVID. But that's essentially what it is, and it's still lingering a little bit even after. So good luck with the new job. Thank you. Okay, thanks. Yeah, go ahead and try that. I got to the first official eSun live stream to do for eSun. Awesome. Texas, yeah. Look, so I've had COVID twice, and both of them were kind of so-so. So, Estes driver, I don't know. I'm not, but Ray might be. I don't know. How many hours of prints do you usually get from a FET before replacement is needed? That's all depends on you. Um, so my longest would be 2,200 hours, somewhere around there. No, it's probably not that much. It's probably like 1,800 hours on one FET. Needless to say, it didn't look too pretty afterwards, but yeah. So my longest printer that had a FEP replaced was just this year. I've had it for 3 years now, printing. I've replaced the screen and the FEP on it, and that was my WeBox. So they were both original. I just replaced them. So, but then there's some other printers like the Frozen Sonic Mega right here. I've replaced the FEP already, and it's probably got less than 300 hours worth of printing. So, well, that all depends on what you're printing. So that printer was specifically made for me to print specific things. So it didn't really print too much like crazy models. It did a few of them, but it wasn't like I was printing miniatures or stuff that had, puncturing pieces on it or anything. So let's see here. By the way, I fixed my humidity issue on my fill-ins by getting a commercial dehumidifier. I love this thing. Awesome. I'm a dock worker at 190 Terminal. 190 Terminal. So I work right next to the O'Hare Airport. I basically send things to the airlines. Will you be at Earth? I am planning on it. I hope that everything goes okay. But yes, and I just got some news about something else that's there, and I got to get my button gear, which is why I'm kind of down here trying to get some things going. So, gotcha. I'm your neighbor in Phoenix. Awesome. That's great. So I need your resin printing tips and tricks. I've been suffering fails, and I don't get why. I know it's my fault. So first and foremost, if you want, just message me at any point in time, and I will give you a link to a Google Drive to download this file. This is what's called a test file. So I use these to dial in my resin for my printers because I never go off of anything that anybody tells me. I always, well, I'll use it as a suggestion and a starting point, but I never use any files or anything like that anybody has given me as a printing point. It's always a starting point, and then I build off of there. So download that, and then we can get you started working on resin printing. What resin printer did you get? I love the test file from the 3DRS. Well, speaking of, 3DRS, I never heard of them. Do you guys know who 3DRS is? I don't know who 3DRS is. I have no clue who they are. It's not like they're like 20 minutes from me or anything. But yeah, I think they use the cones of calibration, right? If I'm not mistaken. In your honest opinion, what is a good first resin printer that isn't too expensive? So the one that I've been suggesting to a lot of people is the Anycubic Photon Mono 4K with the wash and cure. Last I checked, it was at $350 on Amazon, which is an amazing deal. And you pretty much get You get a printer, a wash and cure, and a bottle of resin. And then if you add either IPA or what I use is denatured alcohol, add that. That's another $20 or so to fill the wash and cure. You know, you get a resin printer setup that can print about the size of your hand, and for less than $400. So it's pretty good. So you got an Anycubic Photon Mono. Is it just a Mono or a Mono X or what? Oh man, I saw Joel's video with you and Death Racers. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I'm in there a couple shots here and there. I got a real nice picture from Sam Prentice with essentially all of us lined up and, you know, with our Death Racers. But I'll be honest, I wasn't even planned to be in there. So initially this was something that was conjured up by Sam Prentice. And then it was talked to with Joel, and then Jim from the Edge of Tech, and then John from Tripods Garage. And Lowellsbot got wind of it, and they got it. And essentially what happened was I was there, I was hanging with Joel, and Sam was like, hey, I got an extra one here. Have at it. So I was like, are you serious? He's like, yeah. So I jammed on that. So now I have basically been nominated to make a resin version of that because, you know, the resin god must show up for the next Death Racers, whenever that may be. So, yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, so is it an Anycubic Photon Mono, or is it a Mono X, Mono 4K? What is it? Is it a new printer, an old printer? How long have you had it? Just curious. Trying to get, because there's different types of Anycubic Photon Monos. There's the Mono SE, there's the Mono X, the Mono X 6K, the Photon Mono, the Photon Mono, which is essentially the original Photon with a monochrome screen upgrade. Hey Matt, I saw the 3-in-1 printer on Etsy of you. It's good. Is that a good printer? It's kind of so-so. It's an older printer. I've had it for a while, and I just thought it was okay. But it's not for me because I don't really do a lot of CNC and laser stuff. That's probably more of what it's better for. But 3D printing, it worked well. I didn't have any issues. So can you send me a link to the frozen resin prints? Absolutely. Give me 1 second here. I can at least send that to you because we're on the computer. So yes, if you guys don't know, we are on multiple platforms. We're on YouTube, we're on Twitch, we're on Twitter, we're on Facebook, all under the Akuma Mods name. So if you guys want to join there and chit chat, you guys are more than welcome to. I do this stuff all the time. So let's see here. I forgot I had that. M3 Max test. Whew. Starting to get tired. Really? Get a link. Copy link. Done. There you go. And there you go. And there you go. Such a great thing to have. Thoughts on the Creality Ender 5 Pro? Well, the Pro, I actually like the Pro. Now the Plus, on the other hand, I've heard a lot of bad things with them. There are a handful of people that have good ones, but they do end up failing at some point in time, and you just have to tinker with them. But yeah, I've kind of heard so-so with them. So I personally think if you're looking down that road, you know, if you have the money to spend for an Ender 5 Pro, get an Anycubic Viper. It's a far superior machine. While it's not a boxed Cartesian, because it is not a Core XY, the Viper is a much better out-of-box printer than that will be. So I'll have to double check, but I'm pretty sure it's just a Photon Mono. I've had it for 7 months. Okay. Thoughts on Wham Bam's Mutant 2? I haven't looked at it, but I remember seeing the original Mutant. That's essentially their swappable hot end, if I'm not mistaken. Let's take a look. Wham Bam Mutant 2. Let's see what it looks like. So yeah, it's a mobile plates. Then so there's two different mobile plate and a fixed plate. So essentially, it's a hot swappable hot end. So cool in theory. Make sure that if you are going to use this, do not use tinned wires because they will destroy those connectors. I don't think those connectors are good enough to be steady on there. You know what? Let me see. Let me see the top here. So these are tie-down terminals, and the problem with these so the issue with printers, they move a lot, right? So with tie-downs, if you don't tie it down properly, it's essentially just going to come loose, and you can have a real bad day. Because if it comes loose and it's got too loose of wires, it'll connect on another part of that board and it'll spark and not start a fire, but it'll definitely short circuit something. So I don't think if you go this route, get ferrule connectors and use those. But if you're using bare wire, that's real iffy. And even with ferrule connectors, I'd be kind of so-so with it. No. I'd say no. Cool idea. Understand the process behind it, but those connectors, no. Definitely not. I don't suggest those. I'm trying to find like a back. Why are you not showing the back to me? There we go. Like, no, I'm not a big fan of terminal. When it's on hot ends, I don't think terminal connectors like that work very well. A connector, yes, but terminal, no. Got to make a Diva, Corbin, and Ruby 2 minions before bed. So see you tomorrow. All right, Last Bendu, thanks for stopping in, man. Gotcha. Appreciate your opinions. Yeah, so I'm not saying it's a terrible design, but for me personally, just thinking logically about this, I don't think that's a smart idea for movements. You have to be very, very careful with that. Yeah, I'm gonna say no. No, 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 no. Am I printing anything right now? No, but I'm getting ready to remove stuff from the build plate to start printing. So soon we will. I have some models that are done. We did do a Benchy, the Ghost Ship Benchy, which is really, really cool. So we got to remove the supports from that. I probably didn't need supports, but I just did it for the heck of it. So I still love my Artillery Genius. It's been a workhorse and never let me down once it does epic prints. Awesome. I think I have one of those upstairs, if I'm not mistaken. I have some artillery machine up there. I have no idea what it is, but that one might end up getting gone out of here. So, ooh, nice. Yeah, I need to get back to printing. Like much like you've been out because you were sick. Me, I tend to go out because my mind just has like writer's block essentially, and it's not just printer's block. It's just block, period. Like, don't want to do anything. I can literally sit in my own filth type thing. Like, just, it's weird. I can't explain it, but it's just my mind. Well, you might know, actually. You might know. You might understand. Where it's just like, the lights are on, but nobody's home type thing, but you are home, but you're not, your presence isn't there. So, Yeah. So, like I said, you might know because, like I said, your daughter and I are literally the same. So I understand. Um, but yeah, so it's weird that it gets like that sometimes, and it's just like, and then just out of nowhere, it's just like spurts of energy to do this and this and that, and then you get instantly overwhelmed because you're like, oh well, I want to do this, no, I want to do that, no, I want to do this, and then I got to make sure that if I clean all this has got to go somewhere else, and then I'm like, where am I going to put all that? Then I got to make sure that I clean that room, and it's like, hey, how's it going? How's the wife? Literally clean. Yeah, I don't need caffeine, people. Not that caffeine does anything, but the same issue. There's times when I don't know what to print. Yeah, but it's like I'm saying, it's not just that. It's like I can talk with you guys, and I need to do shipping orders. I need to download models. I need to set up some things. I need to work on something general. I need to just move this printer from here to there. Literally, I've been talking about moving this printer from here to there for what, a week now? Week and a half? It's not done, obviously. I just removed the print that's been done for the past week. So it's not just printing. It's home life type things. And it might just be because so much is going on throughout the day that my brain is just like fried for the day. And I really should probably just go to sleep, and then I have things that I need to do. So I try and push myself a little bit. And my brain's just like, all right, I'm mush type thing. Like I haven't even eaten today. Well, let me rephrase that. I haven't eaten dinner today. I've eaten lunch, and that was it. But usually I have dinner, and I didn't. So yeah, not even snacks. Usually I have snacks, but I ate all my snacks. Actually, that's not true. I had Tic Tacs, so I did have snacks. My bad. But yeah, that's essentially how it is, and that's the same thing. Like I can go a day without drinking or eating. So case in point. So I'm used to having a drink on my desk, usually Coke, because I need something to sort of stabilize me because water doesn't do anything. Um, how do I do what on TikTok? You have to have 1,000 followers to go on live on TikTok. But yeah, that's essentially how it is. And yeah, like today, I probably had what did I have? I had my drink in the morning, my Dunkaccino, and then I had a Coke for lunch. No, I'm sorry, I had a Pepsi, which was a smaller one, and then I had a Coke just now. That's it. Mohammed, what's up, man? How's it going? All right, so let's take a look at all this and see how it's going. I need a box of some sort. I need something to put my scraps in, essentially. There we go. These will work. A JO box. Morning, Arjun. Haven't slept yet. Might be time to do so. Yeah, so I'll be probably heading out here in another hour, I'd say. We'll let the stream go to till 2 o'clock my time, and then we'll call it a night. So everybody like drop out now. Oh shit! Sorry. All right, there's everybody. Yeah, so I'm on. So right now I'm using StreamYards to go live on Facebook and YouTube and Twitch and Twitter. Well, actually, we're not on Twitter. My bad. And then I'm using my phone to go live on here. So 5 times 2 for me, and Crystal would have done more, but didn't want you yelling at us. Huh? 5 times 2. I don't know what that is. Yeah, so if you're wondering like how I go live through my camera setup here on TikTok, you have to have 3,000 followers and you have to apply to have that ability. So, and you got to be careful when using that because they will ban you if you misuse it. So that's why I don't do it too often. See, and a great thing about having the supports on this is we don't have to do anything with it. We can just let it be because it's supposed to be like stone. So that's a solid print. That's like a pound. Maybe not a pound, but it's pretty heavy. So all right, let's go ahead and remove the supports from all these models since we have gloves on. We'll get this all situated. You know, the Mind Flare. What's up, Gunpla? How's it going, man? Others want to break. Others want to break. I'm good working on the office cleanup. Yeah. I tell myself that every day. Man, I got to clean this place up. Never happens, though, unfortunately. It's just like, ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. The Mind Flare. It's a pretty cool print, actually. I didn't think it was going to come out that cool. What was this? This was Anubis that failed spectacularly. For some reason or other. Got that damn song stuck in my head now. What's up, sir? Welcome back. Sub to your YouTube. That's not something you should be saying on somebody else's stream. Come on now. I'm saying I won't, but come on. Sup, Akuma? What you working on? So I am working on removing supports from this little guy. Guys, and we are also on. I mean, it's fine, but just don't go around doing it. I don't have a big problem with it, but just yeah, that's a good way to get yourself blocked from people's lives. So I'm not going to because I'm not that type of person. I'm not that guy. Dang it, I just missed somebody's thing. I started cleaning my hall closet halfway, got distracted, been a mess in my hallway for a week now. I gotta love it. Did you see this month's Loot Studios Sci-Fi Damnation? I think No, I saw their exclusive model, I think it was. So, yeah, so I printed a Mind Flare as well. So that came out pretty good. But yeah, not too bad. Not bad. You know what I'm saying? I think I put too many supports on this. Whoops the daisy. Yeah, I don't know if I saw the Loot Studio. So just wait until you guys see my next video. You guys are probably gonna have a good laugh about it. If you understand it. It's gonna be funny. It's gonna be a jab, but it's gonna be a funny jab. At least I think it's hysterical. So think Doom video game meets post-apocalyptic. That would explain why I got a notification from them, and it was them talking about something, and the lettering that they had between them was Doom style lettering. So that would explain a lot. I think I need to tune my supports on this model here. These are no bueno, my friend. These are no not good supports. I like never have to use tools. This is no bueno. It's no bueno. Man, which streaming platform would you recommend for my channel, as I am trying to move away from YouTube? It's getting too much hard work to get followers on YouTube. Twitch. You want something easy? Twitch. It's not very hard to maintain an audience on Twitch. There's a ton of people on there. It is super super easy to get a following and to maintain a following. And then on top of it, you don't need anything special to start streaming. You could do that right away. So YouTube is, if you're looking to make money on YouTube, it's not easy. Whereas Twitch, it's kind of like easy money. A lot of people might have it out with me on that, but that's why a lot of people move to Twitch. It's just easier to get the content going and get the money flowing. I mean, it's true. Like I said, I try not to sugarcoat too much. I'll tell you guys how it is. You lagged. Okay, cool. Yeah. So, like I said, I would just suggest not saying stuff like that in people's streams. Like I said, I'm not going to have an issue. But who knows? Maybe that wasn't a lag. Maybe that was TikTok booting you, because they're getting real antsy about telling people to go away from their platform lately. So dang it, I ripped 2 of his fingers off being too impatient. Curses. Cheers, bud. Yeah. So you could try TikTok, but if you're looking for like I said, something to get you a little bit of money, then yeah, Twitch, unbeatable essentially. So. It's quiet in the talking land. It's fine. I can get some things done while I'm not talking to you guys. Screw you guys, I'm getting shit done. What's up, the Mad Robot? It's followers, if anything, because when I go on YouTube to do a show, I'm sat there talking to myself. Yeah, so like I said, YouTube is a little bit harder to gain a following, unless you are known. Whereas Twitch, it's a little more foregoing, if that's the right word, to get a following base. So yeah. So just try it out, see how it goes. I will tell you that you'll probably like it because there's several things that you can do to get more followers. There's like these things called raids that people do. And essentially, like if you start friending fellow community members and they see you online, they essentially can take their followers from their stream, end their stream, and bring it into your stream. So, you know, people who don't know who you are can see who you are. And that's basically another way to gain more followers. But I will tell you, I don't do really anything on Twitch. I do like this on Twitch. And I have 50 some odd followers, so all good. I find the same on YouTube. Yeah, I mean that's pretty standard. I mean, right now, obviously we're streaming late, but my average viewer count on YouTube is probably like 5 on an average, and I have 3,500 followers on there. So we are just fascinated with your doing. I have never used Twitch. Yeah, Twitch, like I said, it's very easy and straightforward. It's kind of like the easy out. But here's the downside of Twitch. If you're looking to gain money off of it, just know that they take a good percentage of money. So that is why a lot of people aren't on Twitch and go the other route. But yeah, I mean, really the best way to get yourself out there is to be on multiple social medias. So, alrighty, sir. Yeah, just give it a shot. Give it a go. Give it a go, sir. Give it a go. What's really the worst that can happen if you just try it out? I have never used Twitch. Oh, what's up, James? How's it going, man? How's your resin printer? So we had because we're on TikTok live right now too. We had Merit 3D on here, who essentially has a fleet of photocentric magnas at their disposal. So they have a facility that probably has about $300,000 worth of photocentric printers. So needless to say, they know what the hell they're doing. Like somebody, not really. What's up, bud? Got the time at the moment? Hey, there we go. Oh, you asking for like what time it is, or are you talking to me about got the time for Twitch? Twitch is very simple to set up and get going. And like I said, if you know anything about Twitch, you've seen it. I mean, you could just do a search. Like, there's tons of things. Like, I got my son to watch Twitch, and he's now addicted to it. So it's the newer generation and the instant gratification type thing. Like, they absolutely love it. So this is the great thing about resin printing, is when you have supports that are they just work. They just pull off. It's great. Love it. Perfect. You win. Perfect. You didn't get one of my messages. I opened a TikTok shop, which is great, which is a great way to get free stuff. How the hell did you open a TikTok shop? You'll have to message me and tell me how you did that. Definitely giving Twitch a try. Yeah, just like I said, what's the worst that can happen? You know, you have nothing to really lose, do you? I mean, you got a following on YouTube, right? At some point, you have to have over 1,000 followers, right, man? Because you go live, if I'm not mistaken. You have to have 1,000 followers to go live on YouTube, unless that's mobile. I might get those confused, but yeah. All right, so we're all done with that. These are gonna get tossed because I don't need those. Scheiße. Scheiße. It's gonna be a pain in the ass to get up. Yes, was ist los? Sprechen Sie Deutsch. Then I applied and got it for some reason. Oh, really? TikTok shop feature? Huh. I'll have to check that out. I don't think I have that ability, but I don't remember what style of account I have for mine. I might have a business account, and that's what makes mine different than most people. Because there's a lot of things that people have that I don't. Like dark mode, I don't have that. So I got an itchy. Damn it! I ran out of drink. I got a drink. Yes. Power up. I should do a TikTok for that. Hold on. Got to drink some resin for the power up for the gods. That would be funny. Funny. Got it. Pants. Too tight, too fat. Itchy. The feature is in Creators Tool. All right, let's take a quick gander. I think I can go on there. Let's see. Can we go on TikTok? I think I can. Let's go Creator Tools. Oh, there is a new one. Sound on. What is this? Join sound on to activate your own music tab. Let's see, what? Okay. I don't know if I care about that, but whatever. Creator Portal. When you get the TikTok shop feature, you can request for free samples. Don't do that. It will turn into another Tide Pod incident with kids. Yeah, I don't think I have that on there. Unless it's in Creator Marketplace. Nope. Tips Creator Fund. Is it anywhere specific in there? Let's see here. Or is it just in creators tools? No, my YouTube is bad. It's like 63 followers. Okay. So yeah, Twitch might be a little bit better of a oncoming because, like I said, I don't really do anything on Twitch, and I think I got over 50 followers already. And yeah, like I said, I don't really do much but this. Free sample from like business on TikTok. Yeah, yeah. You need 10,000 to get one of the marketplace. Oh, that's right. That's right. I'm not at 10,000 yet, but you probably are. No, you're only at 2,900. I don't know. All right, so we're gonna go here, creator tools. Yeah, I don't think I got it. Analytics. Nope. Do have a promote feature. Or promote stuff. No, the newest one I got is Sound On right now. Gotcha. 4,300, 4,400 almost. So essentially, I can play my music on TikTok. So here's one funny thing is I can't follow anybody else. It can't be at 10,000 followers that you can follow. What's up, buddy?
Oh, yeah. I just got out to market. I'll show you what I got. I'm going to work. Well, I'm working from my attic anyway, so give me 2 seconds. The TikTok shop, right? What happened about 2 weeks ago? A feature come through and it said, "Oh, do you want to apply to be on the TikTok shop?" And I thought, "Oh, okay." When you get the feature, I think I've linked a couple of things on my account. I don't know whether you can see them or not at the moment. On my live?
Yes, you're live with me.
Yeah. Well, I don't know whether on the bottom of mine, if people are in my one, there's got I think 5 in there. They can see. Oh, actually, I tell you what, I'll get another phone.
Oh, that's right. You're in the UK too, so that might be something that they're giving to you guys first.
Yeah. So what happened, right? When you get a TikTok shop, you can request free samples. So I've requested. You can have up to 5 free samples. So this was one of them. So I got this sent to me. This was one of the first things I do. This is really cool. And I've come up with ways. All the thing you've got to do, you've got to post a video. It's going to be up for 10 days about it.
Right.
Just advertising it, and you've just got. And it just means you can sell things. There's loads of items you can sell, or you can sell your own models or whatever you want. So you could use it as an Etsy shop
I gotcha.
if you want. So I guess this is one of the things. So these are like seven quid to buy, I think, off thing. They're really cool. And I'm also selling 3D pens on mine. So
Ooh, nice. We were just talking about 3D pens because there's a company called Merit 3D that does that.
Oh, right. I'll show you because they got everything on it. So what I do when I do my I'm only selling stuff that I've got myself. Like I've got a 3D pen and I got the same ones they're selling on TikTok.
Yep.
So I went and did I did a live making this, which is just a thing to hold the ball and it drifts around. So I made a video on that.
Nice.
And then I only found out this the other day. You can link the products to the videos as well. So I've got another product coming. It's an 8-bit game console. They're sending me. So it's just a way to get free stuff, really. You don't make a lot of money on it. It's only like 50 pence or something per item. But it means when you're doing live, you can put those items on your shop for people to see at the time. So if you're doing something on 3D pens, you can have those on there.
Right.
But all your items are actually in your profile. You know where you've got your videos?
Yep.
There's another, if you look at my profile, there's an icon called, it looks like a little shopping bag. And you click on that and it will take you to my shop then. And they're not me. All I am is like, you're like an affiliate, for filament companies, aren't you? And different things. It's the same sort of thing as that. You're not actually selling the stuff yourself. All you're doing is putting a link there for people to buy stuff. So they're buying off a TikTok shop. You get a commission.
Right.
And when you select the items off the TikTok shop, it tells you how much you're going to get. Like a lot of things it's like they sell PlayStations and different things, and you'll get like £2.50 for a PlayStation, or I think it's like I've got hydrators and stuff here, which you get like they sell for 10 quid, and you get like 50p or something like that. So it's not a way to make a lot of money unless you're doing it for your own product. But
yeah.
My thing is, if I get free stuff like this, I don't really care about the money. I'm not interested. Like my full-time job, I don't really care.
Yeah. Yeah. So I found the TikTok shop, and yeah, I guess it's only for UK and Asia right now markets. So that's why.
Right. Yeah. This. I know TikTok is weird because it comes up with some features, and not everybody gets them. It's only like certain people.
Yep.
Like. I think I get the 3-minute videos now, which I only just had recently. But you can do 10-minute videos. Some people can do 10-minute videos, can't they?
Yes.
I think.
I have that ability too. Yeah.
They do. And I have Morgan Freeman's voice for ages. And I put it on my videos because it sounded really cool. And then they took that away then.
Yeah. Yeah, like I had that the other day where I can put music in the background and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, I've got that there. But yeah, my follower count has started to go up because I was on 2,000 for a long time, and then over the last couple of months, like it's going up higher. You've got a lot more than me, but
right.
I don't use TikTok, so I don't get many people in my lives. I've got one at the moment. I did that, but. And like when I do 3D CAD and stuff, and I have him, Colin on there most of the time with me, just we're gonna start talking. I say talking, babbling away, but it's just strange the way TikTok works. I think.
Yeah, exactly. They're just like anything else that's marketing wise. They send it out to a specific region or whatever to test it out, and then they initially say, all right, well, this is good for this market, not for that. So some people have it just like the TikTok stream ability. So like to stream from your computer, they did that back in the day with Europe and Asia as well as India, and nobody in America really got it. You'd have to like follow some links to get it, and then they took it away from everybody. So
yeah, I know. The only way you can. What I tend to do is have two phones. So I have one facing my computer, and the other one I can watch the stream. Well, you can watch it on your computer, watch the stream on your computer. But I do think it's a really downside thing. You can use OBS Studio. You've got to pay for that though, which is the pain in the ass, and it's a nightmare to set up as well. So
it is.
So, yeah, I used to get the strange thing is like when I started on here, and I started doing lives. I used to get 100 people in the lives. Now I nearly get 1 to 10 people. It's just. But when you get a TikTok shop, you tend to get more people in there.
Yep.
Just because it's at the end of the day, TikTok's a business, isn't it? So I think. There we are. Oh, I did tell you about this, didn't I? I'm making a marble machine. I started with the. Let me just show you this. Eventually turned that. Rolls of it, kilograms of NQ in.
Nice.
I have used it. This 3D printer is currently printing. I never use this kind of. I'm not bothered about colour. It's legal filament. Looks nice stuff.
Nice.
I have all that. And I'm making what I'm going to print with it. I designed it. It's basically a marble machine. I've still got a little bit more designing. It's basically this thing. I don't know if you can see it. The thing will go up and up. I need a marble. Let's see if I can find one.
Let's see. Somebody says, "What do you think of the Elegoo 8K?" It's probably going to be a pretty good printer. I personally am not a big fan of Elegoo, but hey, everybody kind of likes them. So.
That's the one thing. I think going into someone else's lives and not co-hosting like we're doing at the moment because you can't see each other's things is better actually being in the same live. And it's a lot doing that. I did put a guest request, but half my comments weren't coming through. What I was saying when you said about the time and things, I was saying I've got a ton of videos to post. I just haven't had the time because I'm up to my ears in work.
Yep.
I don't post on YouTube much now. I don't exactly the same as you. YouTube is really hard to get a following on there.
Absolutely.
And I think TikTok is the new YouTube, and TikTok are doing shorts as well, the same as YouTube is doing shorts. TikTok has started to do longer videos, so there's a massive overlap. I think there's a massive competing thing between them now. So, this is what I was designing yesterday. I've got to do more work on it. It's basically there's going to be an arm sticking off the top of this, and this is a gear that will go up and down. I messed it up. It was just a prototype, and then the arm will be off the top of here. So this will go up and down on here when this. Sorry, let me see if I can see it there. So this bit will go up and down when this cog turns. Here. Right. Okay, and this will be underneath the marble machine. So what will happen? I can't really explain this very well, but there's actually little grooves on here, and as you push it up, it will. If I could do this, it's a bit hard to see. Let me turn the phone up so you can get to see that. Here we are. So I'm trying to do it on a flat surface. So what I've got on here is as I push this up and down, it moves to the next.
Right.
I keep my hand up.
Yep.
Doing it. So basically, all it is just a little fan kind of shape. And as you push it up and down, it will move the marble along because each one of these are curved. So it's really easy solution. So I'm going to make this modular. So each one of these will have an opening or a closing bit. So you can make a puzzle really with it. And then this mechanism will be underneath it, and they'll all be connected. So once you turn this wheel here, this will go up and down with an arm off there, which is pushing the centre bit up. So that's the project I'm working on at the moment.
Nice.
Hopefully I have that done tonight. So
that'll be good.
Yeah, it should be pretty cool. It's one of the weird things I like doing.
Hey, actually, your weird thing might attract another person that likes weird thing, and so on and so forth. So you never know.
Well, I do, and that's the thing. I do get a lot of people liking what I do. It's just with people doing 3D printing, it's really hard to get followers of it.
Yep.
This was my first thing. So it's just basically there we are.
Nice.
So that's the kind of idea it does. So I'm going to be redesigning. I just haven't had time to do anything working full time. It's one of those things. And I've got to start work now, so I'm going to jump off.
Alrighty, sir.
I thought I'd explain about the TikTok shop.
Yeah, no problem.
It's a really cool feature because you can get loads of free stuff. So that's all I do it for.
Yeah, I'll definitely take a look at it. I think I can get that working. I just have to be registered like as a UK seller, I guess. So we'll see.
Or you could create another account. I know this would be freaking hard, but I get bound to saying it. You get create another account. Let's say you're in the UK, and then you might get the feature. You've got to have post. You've got to have had. I think it's over 50 likes in the last 28 days. You've got to have posted so many videos in the last day. You've got to have over 1,000 followers as well.
Right.
So they're the only rules. And when you get free stuff, the only rule is you've got to post a video, but it's got to be up for 3 days. But I'm doing loads of this stuff. But
yeah.
Commission isn't very good on the stuff anyway, so it's not that.
That's
why there's a lot of post popping up all the time now.
Right.
But,
cool.
I've seen you go into loads. Hi Amy.
Hello.
Oh, I like his stuff. I got someone in here. That's strange. I got one person in here. One I know.
Hey.
So I've seen you on live recently, helping out other people, which is good.
Absolutely.
So,
always here to help out somebody, regardless.
Yeah, that's what I try to do as well. I try to doing stuff. I've been doing 3D printing for a long time. I'm never resin like you, because you are the resin person. You're a go-to resin person.
Absolutely.
But I do design and 3D printing, so I've only got experience in the industrial 3D printers. I mean the FDM industrial, which don't tend to have problems. They're not like any of the other printers really. They're robust. Like the one I got behind me is my X-Works one. It's expensive to repair, but it just goes.
That's good. At least you got a reliable one. So.
Well, it's
what's up, buddy?
It's about 10 years old now, so it's starting to show its age. I'm hoping to win that competition to get that Anycubic. But unfortunately, that didn't turn out. So at least I got 3 rolls of filament. Yeah. I think I used 2 rolls of filament in what I made. I had over 200 unique ideas, I had enough time to make 12 of them, I think I was doing more than one a day.
Nice.
I was printing and designing them, so I was like, essentially, I think it was probably a fix, that competition as well. I just have
maybe.
Because I had a look at the account of the person who won. That person doesn't have any 3D printing stuff, and the only video she put was that one thing that she actually won on. So I just don't know whether it was a friend or someone or I don't know. Just
I
one of
gotcha.
those things.
We doing StreamYard links? So I'm on TikTok and I'm on the other streams as well. So
you're on Twitch as well. I've never used Twitch.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, so I'm not like really on it. I stream from StreamYards, and that's basically what I use. So I don't really see like that they could get real crazy and like have like messages pop up when people jump in and thanks and whatnot. So I mean, you can get real creative with Twitch, and apparently it's very simple. You can download some real easy programs, and it basically sets up everything. And you just hit a button when somebody donates something, or it can automatically do that for you. And like party favors will drop from the sky type thing, like overlays and stuff. So
I know gamers tend to use it a lot, and I know the thing is, it's like all these apps they get what do you call it? Basically, gamers go on there on Twitch.
Right.
And TikTok was like for young people who was doing twerking, but that's not the case with TikTok now. I say to people who work, I said, "Oh, that's the young people." I said, "No." I said, "Most of the people on there now are like 3D printing and the communities that came from YouTube doing 3D printing, that's being creative people. You do still get all the like I say, the points, the crap on here. It's like the garbage that you get. People not having anything. But I'm gonna have to have a look at Twitch because it's probably better for streaming for what I do. If I can put my computer on there while I'm designing, it's just it'll probably be a better platform for me for doing that. I use TikTok to post videos for a diary for myself. I don't do it for the views. I like getting the views, but I do it so I've got a record of what I do. I used to do it on YouTube, but I stopped doing that. I don't use YouTube that much now.
Right.
Yeah. But you use all the, you're doing the stuff more. It's a business for you, isn't it, as well, really?
Yeah, kind of. It's more or less just a chat with people, but I do get some business from it here and there. So hey, it is what it is.
Yeah, I've only got one 3D printer, and what I do is just do it for a hobby. The stuff I make, I don't do it to sell.
Right.
I just do it, and then I end up with a suitcase of stuff. I end up with stuff like this on my wall, all stuff like this. Yeah. Writing was never finished, things like this. It's just what I don't really know what to do with. So I make my modeling digital now and again. I'm going to say you've tried the stapler. You've tried doing staple glass on your resins, haven't you? Because I've seen someone else who had done it.
I have not done it, but I was talking to Thin Air who did it.
Yeah, he posted a video on it, didn't he? Because he done it. I did it on my it should be possible. So I done this kind of thing.
Yep.
Yeah, which I put the picture board up. But he did it. He basically use clear resin, which came out cloudy, and then he coated it with resin.
Yep.
On the top, clear resin. That's how he got it so clear, and it did look like stained glass.
Yes.
But the only problem is he wasn't able to do the colours at the same time, whereas I can do all the colours at the same time on the FDM. But it did look really good what he did. I did like the technique. It seemed a bit more involved in what I did, because all mine is one process. You just put it on the printer bed, print it. Well, you've probably seen the video there. You print it, and then you just anneal it, put it in the oven, and then it comes out as crystal clear.
Yes.
So that's the only, which is simple. It's a really simple process.
Good morning, James. James, how's it going?
Right, I'm gonna head off now because I'm gonna start work in 10 minutes. Well, I'm gonna be here doing my work, but
I gotcha. Yeah, no problem. You're always welcome to join in if ever on. Just ask. So.
I do talk a lot because I don't get to see many people anyway. So
It's perfectly fine. That copes with my my sounds of silence that usually happen here, so it'll be good.
That's what I'm doing. I like being a guest in someone else's life because what I find, if someone doesn't know what they want to do, or it actually adds to the thing. If I'm designing or I'm doing 3D printing or something like that, that's what I normally do with creation. You've got a couple of people doing stuff in their life, really.
Yeah.
So going in, yes, not as a dual life like this, but as guests. I think some people have the speech of to 6 people, don't they? Now I've only got. I think I can have 3 in mine.
Yeah, I think so. I've never tried more than one person, so I have no idea.
Yeah, I noticed yesterday someone had a feature. They had 6 people on the screen at the same time.
Wow.
So it's getting a lot. Yes. Anyway, I go head off. I better stop talking.
Alrighty, bud. You have a good one.
Okay. Have a good one. I'm going to myself now.
There we go. Okay. So for those who were watching and saw my new scraper, yeah, apparently the scraper was backwards. So now we got it right. So we should try it. What's up, James?
Morning. How are you?
Morning. You're muted.
Oh, I'm muted. Oh, hold on.
Or is it me that's muted?
Oh no, I'm mute.
Check.
Was that you?
Check. What's up, Yoda Daddy? I will stay
1
on
second.
you live with work. Sweet. That was cool. Did not know you could do that guest thing. Yeah, you could do that, and then you can also do like miniature guests. I guess. I don't think you're muted.
I mean, I'm not. My microphone's working.
Yeah, no, that's at 50%. Hold on. Let me check something really quick before I say yes. This is muted. Let me play some music really quick and see.
I'm just seeing if it comes out on my phone.
Because it might possibly be me that my sound bar is off for some reason. Let's play a song.
I can hear you both clearly. Oh, James has ratted you out.
Yeah, definitely me. Does this thing get disconnected? What the hell? I can hear you both clearly. Yeah, it's me.
Hear it? Yeah.
Stupid sound bar.
Well, this is riveting television for everybody.
Uno momento, por favor. Uno momento, par favor. Nice to see you. Yeah, likewise, bud. Like I said, you're always welcome. Come on, man.
So for those who are interested, I have been printing recently on the Odin Smart.
Just busted out, so I don't have any audio.
No, not even close. Okay, so I've been printing with the Focus Odin Smart recently, which is on Kickstarter at the moment. And
to quickly ghetto rig some speakers on here.
I've done a
so James can talk.
I've done a calibration cube on a 200% scale one, and I also did a 400% scale one.
Fantastic, mate.
I have to be fair. Oh, I've frozen. Oh, well, that's great. And I have to be fair. It needs some work. Like as a machine, it needs some work.
James just froze. Nah,
no. Have I? Hold on.
I legitimately think my Samsung soundbar just went out. I'm gonna be pissed. So I spent all that time mocking this thing up. The heel. Oh yeah, I know. People can hear me. I just can't hear my guest. Be our guest. Be our guest. At least not in a way that I should be able to. There we go. Wait. Nope. Oh, there we go. Yay. All right.
There we go. Now? How about now? How about now? Well, this is riveting television for everybody involved.
Aha!
There we go. You hear me?
Yay!
Look at that.
Look at that. I can hear you loud as normal.
Good.
I hate this chair. Damn rollers.
Have you not got yourself a? Have you not used all of your YouTube money to buy yourself a like a Titan yet?
So this chair, the bottom kind of broke, like the arm that holds the wheels.
Yeah.
Because I'm fat, and essentially they're made cheaply anyways. So they're made hollow tracks anyway. So they're made to break at some point. And so I ended up replacing that with reinforced one, and it's great. But I think because the wheels I had on the previous one, I messed them up, and now they're all wiggle wobbly. I think I need new wheels again for like the fourth time in a row.
Right.
My chair kept on breaking the old ones, and then I found out that it wasn't the wheels that were essentially breaking; it was the chair itself. So, anyway. What's up, Prinler? What's up, Yoda? What's up, Mad Robot? So yeah, terrible heartburn.
So what I was saying is I have been doing some test printing with the
as you freeze,
and I immediately freeze. Excellent. There we go. Right, so I've been doing some testing with the Odin Smart, new focus machine.
Yep.
Oh, I really wanted to like it, and I don't. Okay, so I did a calibration cube at 200% scale. Not appalling. Like the quality's okay. Bearing in mind what they sent me is an engineering sample, so it's not like the final machine.
Yep.
That was done at 150 millimeters a second, so not appalling. However,
a clean though.
Not clean. However, this dumpster fire is the 400% cube. So this is 80 by 80. This, where are we? This here is the base layer.
Right.
Like that's at 300 millimeters a second. The problem is that on a machine of that size, 300 millimeters a second, you've actually got to print something fairly big to be able to get it up to speed. And yeah, no bueno. So there's an awful lot of stuff that just isn't as it should be. There's a couple of really weird choices as well. So the original Odin 5 was dual Z. This has 2 Z rods, but only 1 Z motor. They just join with.
Okay, so there's no way that's possible.
Yeah, it is. So they're joined with
what I mean by no way possible, like you were trying to achieve extreme speeds on a single Z with dual Z's. It's not going to happen. I'm sorry.
So that's not ideal. The UI on the touch screen, really weird. So you don't really get temperature readouts at all until you actually start printing. Claims to have like a self-print test, which it does, but it basically just homes X and Y. It makes sure that it's not reading negative temperatures on your nozzle and bed. And then you tell it whether or not it's got filament in it, and it just believes you. So not really a test. The app is so it's got a time lapse camera on it, but you can only use the time lapse camera at the moment if you print from the TFT card. So there's a little SD card that goes in the side of the camera. If you print from that from the app, then you can do a time lapse. But if you use the USB stick in the machine, you can't do a time lapse.
That's
the
just as
TFT.
useless as this camera right here.
Yeah. So you also can't print from the TFT. You can't print from the SD card from the screen. You can only do that from the app. The app saves in a .mov format, which a bunch of social media won't let you upload anyway. And literally the whole point of having it is so you can upload stuff to social media. So that's a super weird choice. You can't say how it takes a bunch. What it saves onto the SD card is all of the individual pictures, and then it makes a video. But what you can't do is tell it how long you want that video to be. So, like, if you wanted to upload it to TikTok, there's a time limit. That just means you can only do prints that take that long on the they can only do prints that take that long on the time lapse, because you don't get to say, oh, I want these 10,000 pictures condensed down into a 1 minute slideshow. You don't get to do the speed. It just gives you a video. Which is not cool. Yeah, there's a bunch of weird shots. They took away the volcano nozzle from the Focus from the Odin 5, and they've just put a regular nozzle on.
I'll be honest, I didn't even know that they had a volcano on that.
On the first one they did, yeah. Yeah, on the first one they did have a volcano. On this one they don't. They've given you the ability to fit a BL Touch, but bearing in mind their firmware is customized and it's a custom board, there's nowhere to turn on that you've got a BL Touch. So I don't really know how you use that if you were to ever fit one.
Just batting 1,000 already.
Yeah, it's and as well, if you want to use a BL Touch, there's like a front cover on it. You have to take that off, and then you can fit your BL Touch, and then it looks as if the BL Touch would fit back on, like the cover would fit back on over the BL Touch, but it doesn't. So yeah, not exciting. Don't get me wrong. I mean, look, it's an engineering sample, and there's still a lot of work to do. There's loads of changes they can make to the app, but I feel like the hardware is pretty much set as it is, and I don't really feel like. I mean, look, they can do a few firmware updates. That means that this absolute trash fire of a cube will hopefully be better. But yeah, not an awesome start. Look, I mean, maybe I'm just being pessimistic. Maybe like when the Bamboo Labs first started sending things out, maybe theirs were terrible. I don't know. I wasn't part of those initial engineering samples. I only ever saw the sort of, and now it's ready to be shown kind of thing. But yeah, but not good. Not really. Not amazing. I am, however, excited about the Pegasus. So the Pegasus is the 8K machine that we talked about. 10.1 inch.
I saw them talking about it.
8K. It's got just the machine, early bird special, $450, which at a 10.1 inch 8K, it's an aggressive price.
That's very good.
So, I mean, its nearest contender would be what? The mighty 8K from Frozen, and that's like
Saturn 2, but with what that machine is providing, technically none.
Well, now, so to be clear, the base machine does not include the auto refill, and it doesn't include the air filtration. If you want those are extras.
What about
I don't know how much the extras are, but you do at least have a choice. So, if, for example, if you already have an established printing lab and you already have HVAC, then you don't need to buy the pack that's a minute, because you don't plan on doing big models,
right?
Then I guess you could say you don't need the auto refill. If you just want to do multiple models, you want to do like, a plate full of like tabletop stuff at a time, and you don't need to. You don't technically don't need that. So that means you could get one for like what, $100 more than a Mono X.
Yeah.
For an 8K 10.1.
It's pretty good.
With no Chitu board.
Right. Exactly. Like
They're not using a Chitu board, which I mean you can debate is a pro or a con. That's
yeah, and that's exactly what that'll be.
Yeah. There'll be some people who'll be like,
understand.
I like Chitu boards because I know how they work and they're easy to get spares and so on and so forth. And then James points out it is Kickstarter. It is.
Yeah. It is, but it's a right Kickstarter.
It is. Yeah. So the two guys, well, I say the two guys, the people who are doing it are the two main people who founded the company are ex-Chitu Box employees, or ex-Chitu Box engineers, I should say. They have started a company. There are 2 machines currently in existence. The other one is currently on a plane over here.
Yep.
So they don't have all of their stuff already done. They don't have, they're not using this as an advertising tool. They're not using this to sort of as a pre-order mechanism. They are a brand new company setting up brand new machines.
Right.
Hi, Kadeli. Or Kadeli.
Oh,
yeah, I'm saying it. Yeah. Well, they do. So they have a space where they are currently where they're currently engineering all their samples and where they're doing all their testing. Whether or not they're manufacturing in house. Well, I know more of a risk than anything else is on Kickstarter. Everything on Kickstarter is a risk. I mean, solar freaking roadways. The guy who claimed that through basically creating a solar powered dehumidifier, he reckoned he could create a self-filling water bottle. Kickstarter's a risk. There have been 3D printers that absolutely haven't delivered. I can't remember which. Yep. I can't remember what the one was called now, but there was. They were like, they didn't deliver any. They were really quite famous, but they're bad. So I mean, look, Kickstarter is what it is. Kickstarter is a platform where you are not buying a machine, you're not buying a product. You
keep chopping up.
I keep chopping up.
Yep. It's not me, it's you.
Yeah, no, it is me.
Only you. Must be that that awesome UK internet you guys pay for.
Yeah, tell me about it. Give me a second, and I'll come back.
That's fine. Good riddance to bad rubbish. Is that the guys who one of the partners stole the money to build a house? Oh, are you talking about artillery? Isn't that what happened with artillery or something? Something like that? Maybe I'm mistaken. Only you can make this world. Ta-da!
There we go. Let's see if that works any better.
Helpful.
I mean, Kickstarter's you do whether you're back in the Bamboo Lab, whether you're back in any of it, like all of them are just as risky as the others.
Yeah. Starter the way it was intended rather than the likes of Creality or Elegoo.
Yeah, there's a lot of places. Is that the guy who stole the partners to money? But so yeah, so there's obviously there's the TiVo Up story.
Keatle, do you have my Facebook? If you do, I'll send you a link.
So there's the TiVo story where the guy who was running TiVo basically ended up
Wait, I said artillery. Yeah, I meant TiVo.
TiVo, yeah, yeah, artillery's fine. Jeez.
Whoops.
Their
Yeah, you're-
previous.
You're still
Okay,
back.
let me see if I can go and grab my wireless dog.
Yeah, you're fired. Maybe we'll get some people in here with good internet connections. So just FYI, I'm only going to be on here for about another 40 minutes or so, 50 minutes. Yeah, 3 o'clock is my cutoff. It's 2:12 right now. 2:12. Okay, it's 3 a.m. It's 3 a.m. Do you know where your wiener is? That's a good joke. All right, bud. You have a good one. Yoda Daddy. Yoda Daddy. Not the mama, not the mama, not the mama. Yeah, sorry. I was talking about TiVo, not artillery. TiVo was bad. And then they tried fixing it. Messed it up. What's up, Ray?
Good morning, Matt. Of good evening for you, eh?
Yes.
So James had a bad connection.
Yeah. That discounted internet he's got in there. In bed. All right.
So what you have done today?
Nothing. I haven't done anything today.
Yeah, I was waiting for my main board of the PC. It was broken.
Oh yeah.
Dus I have sent it to ASRock.
Oh yeah.
All
There
right,
we are.
let's try again, shall we?
That's the 3 times. Then it goes good.
Absolute like. The thing is my internet's at internet, but like it. My
It's
stuff
literally
You have too much equipment on it.
I haven't got a lot of equipment on it.
Tell the wife to stop watching Netflix.
If anyone's watching it, it's my job.
You're still backing up.
Yeah.
It just doesn't like you today.
It's only England Brexit. It's also the internet Brexit.
There and gone.
And it's gone.
It's probably because it's too hot over there for them.
It's finished.
Look, he just vanished.
Yeah. That was a nice trick, James.
See what happens.
That was
when
a
you don't
really
take
nice
control,
trick.
They just come and take you away. He had enough. He pulled the plug.
I'm a little bit scared, James, for in the evening for the live stream of eSun.
You'd be all right.
Right, last
And back again.
now on the Wi-Fi. So we'll see whether or not the
Are you? Yeah, no, still not working. Did you
It's
try
still
restarting
terrible.
your PC?
Yeah, is that not on the PC? Do you have an update of Windows?
Do you know what? Funnily enough, I actually do. I haven't got Windows 11, but
Oh God, we'll see you in like 4 hours.
Yeah.
Just don't make any sudden movements, and your internet won't break up.
I cancel every time that update of Windows 11. Every time. I don't like Windows 11.
Yeah, I have it on my work computer, and it's okay.
is that me making that noise?
No, that's Ray. It's his bird.
It is.
It's my bird.
Why is it
Two
so
birdies.
angry?
'Cause
No,
it-
he wants attention. He wants attention.
Yeah.
Right.
Only attention.
Good morning, Vincent.
Good morning, Vincent.
Yeah, mine's still freezing. All right, I'm gonna have to go, guys. Sorry about that.
Alrighty, sir.
Sorry, no problem.
Thanks for chatting for as much as you could.
That was a fast chat.
Should probably have a better connection on his phone.
Yeah, I think he has 5G on his phone.
Yeah. You should.
It must be.
There, I'll
I have 5G on my phone.
I'll post that up in chat in case Keto wants to come in here. Vincent wants to hop in. And,
What do you think of the bamboo printer?
I saw it in person. It's cool, but it's definitely cannot be as fast as they say it could go. So, what's up, Keto?
Hi.
Hey, Guido.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Who's that? Guten Tag.
Das ist der Deutsche, ne?
Ja,
Weg. Keine Deutsches in this stream. Nein, das kann nicht.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch, meine Kleine? Sadly, my mother never taught me German.
Man, you can speak it?
Very low.
A little bit.
I
live 1 kilometer from the German border.
Like okay, whenever I say goodnight to my kids, you know, I usually say Gute Nacht, schlaf gut, you know, so.
You can speak also Netherlands. Goedendag.
Goedendag. There you go.
Ik zie een hele mooie vrouw op straat.
All right. So what's up,
What
everybody?
are you doing, Keedale?
I'm doing good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm
It's
good.
also late for you, eh?
Yeah. It's like 2 a.m.
Yeah. The day is here become.
Well, I'm usually up by now, you know, running my print farm, making dragons because I have nothing better to do.
Yeah, it's here.
I'll be back in a bit, guys. You got a phone call.
Okay.
All right.
He has not a lag in zijn stream.
Okay, James is not coming back. He has left the building.
You have too lot equipment on it, I think. I have that problem also in my home. I know of the 25 lamps what I have on the Wi-Fi, it's now 10 lamps that now goes on off. My television is not on my Wi-Fi anymore. It's the last update of Asus of the router is a problem.
Right.
They had put not that update to the air.
Nope.
And now I can wait for it. But that's also with Windows 11. A lot of problems are not compatible with that.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have to use Windows 11 for my work.
Oof.
Yeah, it's connected with your workflow, eh?
Nope.
All they did was they changed some icons and where things are positioned.
They,
No,
they
no,
literally
no,
made
no,
it look
no,
like
no.
a Mac. That's it.
Yeah. No.
They also changed something in the progress. When I put Windows 11, my PC is compatible for Windows 11. When I put Windows 11 on it, then I broke my sound card.
Well, like
The
I remember
the
when 10
decoder
came
of-
out.
the decoders of Windows 11 is not right.
Yeah. Well, like I remember when 10 came out and like everyone was having issues with 10. Like
Yep.
just things weren't working. Like I remember people like trying to get like Minecraft to work and it wouldn't work. And you're like, you guys own it. Why doesn't it work? Yeah. But whatever happened to 10 is the very last version. Well, Windows.
When a lot of games in that time, when Minecraft is on the market, is made by XP version of Windows.
Mm.
All the game person that make games, they make always the games on XP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why the Windows XP is the stable Windows all time.
Yeah, I think my dad. I finally convinced. So he wanted a new computer, so I finally built him a new one, and now he's using 10. But like, I think he was on like 7 for the longest time with some weird conversion thing that turns it into an X. So like, you would get on it and you would think it's an XP, but it was really a 7.
I did that with Windows 8 because I hated it.
You converted it backwards.
Yep.
Yeah.
Last week died my PC. It was 10 years old.
Mm-hmm.
It was an Excellion service PC, my big one, with quad core card in it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's died last 2 weeks. One poof off and don't goes on anymore. I think the processor is gone.
Mm.
Dus I buy a to-the-hands PC on the market on a website.
Mm-hmm.
And I put it Windows 11 on it. And I think it's broke the decoder of the sound card on the mainboard.
Mm.
You can see its input. You can see that it input the sound on it, but it comes not out anymore.
Mm.
Dus I have sent the mainboard back to the company. I think ASRock a really good service have
Mm-hmm.
of mainboard, but I have brought not that mainboard. That is, I don't know who brought that, but I have sent an email, and they sent me email back, and they say you can change the mainboard, send it back, and you get a new one.
Right.
Welcome
And
to
that's
getting
a good
hardware
service.
to work with software, to get working with other hardware, to get working with the rest of your stuff. Fun times.
Sounds familiar.
My UPC met tools all the time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Flawless.
Yeah.
Matt, how do you do that with TikTok? Do you put another phone on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because knowing all of us, we have 10 phones from like the past 10 years.
Well,
Just sitting in the
so I
corner.
had my old phone, my Google Pixel, 4, I think this is, and it started having like overheating issues. So I was like, all right, it's time for me to upgrade. So I got a new phone, and so I just use my Google Pixel 4, which is right here, and I just hit stream, but you have to have 1,000 followers on TikTok.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that I have.
Yeah. So
I can stream on TikTok.
Okay.
That's not the problem.
Gotcha.
I need to make some sort of video. I'll just start some controversy with the people that take 14 hours to print a dragon when it only takes 7.
Today, the new filament of ESUN.
There you go.
7 p.m. on Instagram.
Fun.
Oh, on Instagram, huh?
Yeah, they want it on Instagram, and I do it also on YouTube. I make choose one phone and the other phone of the other camera.
Yeah. Welcome to 3D printing talk, where you just need to start controversy to get followers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Huh? What? Like right now, the two biggest ones I can probably think of is me yelling at the Dragon people, like, why you guys print so slow? I have a stock Ender 3 running stock firmware and all of that. Why do you guys take so long? Or IP infringement, because that's always fun to debate.
Oh yeah.
That is the same what I always say. Why all the upgrades, all the stuff?
Well, like so
Some printers need that stuff.
I have a little trick up my sleeve of why it takes less than normal. The only thing not stock on all my printers, it's a 0.8 nozzle.
Oh well, that's a huge difference.
Hey, but I have people yelling
You're
at me.
doubling the amount of flow coming out of that.
Yeah, but like, no, like I had a person tell, like I was in a VC and someone's like, your quality must be shit and all of that, and I showed them my quality, and there's no way you're getting that quality out of 0.8, and I'm like, no, I am. Like,
That is the same by me. Men know it. Men know all my printers are stock. Only the Ender 6 was built of expensive. But what I see on my FL Racer, it's print great. I have now almost 2,000 hours printing on that thing. I have changed nothing, include the nozzle. It's the same from factory and now. And that is also with my Ender 3S Pro and my Sermoon, the Focus Odin 5. It's print. The important things in 3D printing, it's leveling.
yeah.
Listen good what it say on internet.
Yeah.
Take one problem at a time.
Yep.
Don't make it bigger. Go not to the screw on the bed. Then you go to the extruder or do that. Then you have a big problem on the print.
Yeah.
I know it. Matt know it.
Yep.
That's
Well, yeah. Every person that asks me, "Oh, how should I get into 3D printing?" I'm like, I know you think my dragons are cool, but start with a cube. We start with little things. Then eventually you can start printing the cool things. But start with the cubes.
Exactly.
Learn the printer.
Hi, Spring. Spring Zell from Anycubic. Hello.
Hello,
Jimmy.
Spring.
How's it going, you Jimmy?
Spring is always on the live stream. On you, on my
Always
live
stops
stream.
there.
Always.
She's always stopping in on my page and saying hi. So
That is also a printer, but I not try it.
Yeah.
It comes later in the year.
and hello, Jimmy. How's it going?
No, a lot of people think that 3D printing is plug and play, and that's not.
Well, yeah. Like I
You can buy a plug and play printer.
But when it breaks, you can't fix it
possible.
for the life of you.
Man,
That is why I always to my customers in the Netherlands, when they buy a printer from me, then say always, do you have a lot of knowledge of it? Do you have your homework first of the printer before you buy it?
Yeah.
And I give him always the chance. You can let it build on by me, or you do it self. That is on the customer, and almost all the customers let it me build it off. They can bring it at home, and it can print directly with no problems.
right.
Yeah. Well, like I have been thinking of getting upgrades for my printers, but like I know how they all work, and plus I've been running my printer stock for like a year and a half now, and like I know Kuma's going to say yes to this, but it's going to be like the Easy ABL, the flex plates, and the solid bed mounts. And I explained this to my dad. I'm like, it doesn't improve any of the quality, all of that. It just makes it so my print farm is more. I can do things back to back to back, and it be more reliable. Being
Right.
back to back. So
Yeah, but I have learned, and also I have learned it from Matt and from James and other people in the community. I learned when the printers print good, in your opinion, in your eyes, what you see, and you are thinking that is perfect for me, then leave the printer how it is.
Yeah.
Do you have no problems on it? Leave it.
Yeah.
Get you problems with the extruder is broken or the nozzle is nothing good, then you can change it for an upgrade.
Yeah.
That
Like
is
I
my
said, like-
opinion.
Yeah. Like I said, like I'm not using like these upgrades as oh, it will print back. You know, it just I feel like it will make my print farm a little better.
What I see on the Pharaon or the printers what are going fast.
Yeah.
What I see on internet, the measuring is not even the same measuring when you put it in the slider. When the speed up. That is always a problem with that when you go speed progress in printing fast.
Yeah.
That is my opinion. When I put 300 millimeters speed on my SR stock, I can print 300 millimeters on my stock printer.
Yeah.
With no direct drive, nothing on it. And I can see when I print 300, it's 2 millimeters different of 0.2 millimeter different on the object what must be. Dus in my opinion is lower print is nicer, smoother and better.
Yeah.
And that is what my customer also say. Want you fast product, then you know it can break faster.
Well, yeah.
So Matt, I cannot wait when the FL Sun V400 in the house. It's on my way. That must be a nice printer, the 400 from FL Sun, the new one.
The printer that he was loaned, or
what you say?
Then never mind. The printer that he got to loan to review.
Who, me?
No,
Yeah.
What printer?
Is it gone now? Did you send it back?
What printer?
Didn't you just like put a YouTube video up like 2 days ago? 3 days ago?
Oh, about the flash board.
Yeah, the little box thingy.
Yeah, so that actually went to a fellow TikToker who won that.
Ah.
The flash box, what you have, let's see, on YouTube.
Yeah, the flash board.
It's like the box of the Dutch company. Vincent, the Dutch company of the 3D printing with the V.
I don't know, man. My mind is completely blank
Oh, yeah,
at the moment.
Yeah, Matt.
Yeah.
Is that like the same as the Da Vinci, yeah?
It's kind of like it, yeah.
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 Then I don't like it. Sorry, Matt.
Now the flash boards is very good. Like that's
Yeah.
a well-known company.
Yeah.
It's a B company van Anycube, yeah, right, eh? Flashboard, no, from, yeah.
Voxel Lab and flash boards are the same company.
Yeah, the lady from Fresh Voice last 3 weeks, I have the filament of you contest one.
Yep.
And they sent me from the other company sent me the filament when that company is in Germany.
Yep. So what's up, Vincent? How's it going, man?
Well, big problems. health issues.
Dang.
It comes good.
Yeah, I
We
hope
help
so.
it, yeah.
Basically, my kidneys are shutting down.
Well, shit.
Yeah,
Sorry to hear.
they don't know what the problem is. They're still figuring it out. That's why I was very fast tired and been sick all the time.
Right. They set you up with like steroids or anything?
No, not yet. They found out that my under pressure from my blood is too high. And I never noticed because I didn't have any problems with it.
Right.
It was about 30 too high or something, my under pressure. So and that's why my kidneys are basically kicking me in the pants. So I got medication for that now, but I'm feeling like always with that blood pressure stuff. I hate it. And I'm taking it for the past 2 days now, and I'm like, I'm stoned, man. Because it needs to be regulated first. And because I was living with a high blood pressure all the time, I never noticed. And now it's going down, so I'm feeling like I have to get used to it. And then I have to go back in about 2 weeks. Getting an echo. They're going to check it out if it's one kidney or both. And in the meanwhile, I'm still working on the background. Gonna cut a hole in that one today, and I have to print the mount for the spools. Gonna mount the printer over there. So one is gonna be gone because it just doesn't fit, because that one is standing a little bit sideways. So it's gonna be mounted there, and then I'm saving up for a bigger printer. Need a bigger one.
Oh, I have a new announcement.
Oh, and
Matt,
if you can see it, the water tower is almost done.
Nice.
do you know, Matt, the Ender 5S is coming out?
The
What else is there?
N5S.
So it's an Ender 5 with a spray extruder?
With an extruder of the Spiritor on it.
Exactly.
Wait, and it comes, I think, with Clipper.
Comes with headaches. Everybody's going Clipper now. I don't know why.
Yeah, why? Clipper
Because
have,
they want speed benchies.
Yeah, they want. Yeah, key. They'll say it. They want. Clipper have sent all the files to all the companies of the 3D world. That's why Phil, Sunwind, Clipper, Farron, Clipper, that all the stuff.
Yeah.
I think Marlin in 2 years gone.
Yep.
Mm.
Might be.
Yeah. Yeah, I think. And I know Clip is also become with a cloud.
Probably basic Marlin will be, but not like people's.
Not the Marlin what it be used.
I don't know.
You can see Clipper have 40% of the Marlin things gone.
Yeah.
It's only the G code.
Yeah.
When you see Marlin, you must put all together.
Mm-hmm.
And Clipper is one bin file. You put it in, and it's work.
Yeah.
It's
So,
more
Matt,
plug and play.
I've got a question about resin.
What's up?
Do you got standard files for clear resin, like the green one that you made for the diamond?
No. I always calibrate every single bottle of resin I use.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm ordering some resin today to finish my X303. It's almost done.
Okay.
So I only have to print the guns, the turrets, and then I can paint it. But the turrets are too small to print on an FDM printer.
Right. It's usually how it
My
goes.
print is all. My resin print is also done.
Ooh,
There you go.
it's
Yeah,
high
that's
noon.
nice.
I have put the holes gone. Only one hole is coming back. The resin is putting out.
Nice.
Yeah, it's really nice. Comes out. That was the whole build plate. I have tried it, Matt, with different resin and put it in the bag. I have put Eason clearance resin in it. I put Creality resin in it. I put iPhone resin in it, and I put iPhone ABS resin in it.
Oh yeah.
And I shake it down, and I put it in the bag, and I try it, and it comes really great out.
I bet.
And I've
Strong
tried,
resin.
yeah, and I've tried with Eason, the formal color bottles from Format.
Yep.
I put it in, and I let the plate down. Then you see in the filler, in the resident, the nice colors in it.
Nice.
Different colors. It's like an wave in it. Which camera is that, Vincent?
Firefly 2. It's for
What?
this is basically a camera for drones.
Yep. I figured.
My cousin gave it to me.
Welk merk is dat dan?
Firefly. Got no clue.
Ik zal straks eens even kijken, maar het is wel een mooi kleintje.
Yeah, it can handle 720 on 60, 1080 on 30 or 60, and 2.7 on 30. But I don't know if there's a stabilizer in it. Couldn't find any subscription.
Ga er maar niet
Couldn't
vanuit.
find any specifications of it. The price-wise, I was looking at. I don't think it's in there.
Hoeveel kosten die?
Around 80 euros.
Daar zit het
I
denk ik
don't-
er niet in.
So I don't think there's a stabilizer in it. But what I want to do is, because I did my first live stream test a couple of days ago when driving live on the scooter, on the moped. Finally got the setup right. And basically what I want to do is mount this one on my helmet. Because I got problems. My helmet doesn't... I cannot mount a GoPro on my helmet. That doesn't work.
Gotcha.
Or I have to look into maybe getting a Sony one. And I want to buy another GoPro for the back, so I can basically have two cameras.
This is my drone.
Yeah, I sold mine.
4K,
Did you guys
40 kilometers.
Did you guys see the video of the guy that taxidermied his cat and turned it into a drone?
Wow.
I saw a TikTok where the guy took his cat, he had it taxidermied, and he turned it into a drone.
Oh yeah, hold on. Yeah, I've seen something like that. That guy's nuts.
Yeah, that's not.
How in your right
Man.
mind can you do something like that?
The men have also must pay, yeah. They have, I think, 3 weeks in prison for that.
Yeah, you must be out of your mind to do something like that, man. You're sick.
It's
If that's your cat,
Well,
And you
apparently it
can't buy-
got killed somehow, so instead of burying it, he taxidermied it
Yeah, but
into
still.
a drone.
that's sorry, man. That goes a little bit too far.
Yeah, again, it's weird.
You can also to the shop to buy a bear of something to put that on.
Yep.
Come on, cat.
It's the same. I saw a TikTok
Then we
video
go fill him and put
on-
that
on-
on a drone.
on Dumpert or something a couple of days ago. A couple of dolphins came almost to shore, and one drunk woman tried to jump on it. And if I'm correct, she's gonna get a lot of problems. She's gonna get a big fine for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think also. Yeah.
How in your right mind can you jump on the back of a dolphin when it's trying to get back into the sea?
Yeah. For how many
That's nuts.
smart people in this world there are so many idiots, and they post
Yeah.
it online too.
Exactly.
Matt, I was yesterday looking on your Easty website. and I have saw the 3-in-1 printer, that mini thing.
Yes.
What is that from printer? Is that a good printer or?
So it's kind of like the Snapmaker, where it's CNC laser engraver and a 2-color FDM printer, but it's kind of like a cheap version of a Snapmaker, and the build volume is like an Ender 2, so very small.
Ooh, let's
That's
laser
really
engrave some coffee coasters.
Yeah, that's essentially
That's
what it
some that printers like the Pro 2 and so. That
Yeah.
is for people that want to show it off in the room.
Yep.
That I think hobby printers. That are the big hobby printers. Easy to use.
Yeah.
Easy to build.
Don't get me wrong, you know, and Ender learned me a lot about 3D printing,
Yeah.
but I still want something else. It's not a bad print if you got it tuned right.
Don't tell people
But
that.
no. Look, my printer's running for 3.5 years, and how much big problems it had twice.
How many parts have you replaced on it though?
My voting tube, a couple of nozzles, and my wheels. That's yeah, and the bent bed in the beginning. So I put a mirror on there.
Oh yeah, and a power
Mainboard.
supply and some
Nope,
cords
nope,
and a
nope.
board.
Nope, never. Yeah, not a board on this one.
My first Ender 3 was a replicate of the Wanadu Wanhu printer with some nose horn logo.
But I see it like an investment for learning stuff the cheap way. Basically, you don't got a lot of cost if something breaks.
But the thing is like you can't even say that anymore, because with the introduction of the Elegoo Neptune and Voxel Lab Aquila, they're all in the same price range, but they provide a far better quality printer, and even sometimes better parts, like a filament runout sensor or touchscreen or whatnot. So
There's one thing I really want: auto bed leveling system.
yeah.
That's one thing I really want.
You can buy a BL Touch. It's not too expensive. It's $12 on Amazon.
Yeah, but how do you want to mount it on an 8-bit board?
Oh yeah, you gotta
I have say it to you. I have an 32-bit board for you.
Yeah,
I
but
have a
why
lot
change?
bit
Why?
boards of
But
you.
why change out the board if it's running?
It's quiet.
I don't notice. I'm deaf on one side anyway, so I can sleep next to it.
The three things of a quiet board and an 8-bit board is the difference is it's eco. 32-bit board, 8 board is more expensive in electricity, and the 32-bit is quiet.
Yeah, if it's about the sound, I don't mind because I sleep through it anyway. I cannot hear it.
Yeah, when we put a bomb to your head and you go sleeping. We can
Man,
put your whole house empty and you sleep.
I was sleeping.
And
I
you
was
wake
sleeping
up
in
and
a
you're sleeping
tent.
outside.
I was sleeping in a tent that put fireworks next to my tent and didn't even hear it.
No, that's what I mean.
If I sleep, I sleep.
That's
No, but-
kind of how if I go to sleep, like you ain't waking
I'm
me
out.
up. I don't care if
Yeah,
you are.
I'm out. Exactly. Yeah. So, but I'm still looking into the future for another printer, and also maybe a bigger resin printer.
I have no room for a bigger resin printer.
I got
I
space
need a
enough.
resin printer.
Yes, you do.
I want one printer of the resin in my room. When they send me that printer, then I put 2 printers out of my room. I know
This
it.
is cute.
Those-
Aw, thank you, little Sammy.
I'm love the Prozen printers.
I mean,
see
I
a lot of
I
things.
can't even take Sam's word for it because I don't even know if he's the real Sam Prentice.
Who is the
Oh, yeah.
real Sam
Taquito,
Prentice?
you don't got a resin printer yet.
He's in chat right now.
No. And I've
Have
been
you
printing for 4 years.
Oh,
Yeah.
is it a cheat account?
No, it's probably him. One of many.
I can tell you this. I've got my resin printer and my wash and cure station from Matt.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not printing a lot of resin because it's the price is too high for me at the moment, but
Mm-hmm.
I love it. I really love resin printing.
You know, speaking of resin printers, you know, Keto, I have some available on my Etsy store, including my
Link in bio. Link in bio. Buy some
Yeah,
filament
bio.
while you're there too.
Yes, Gail.
Uh-huh.
Go to the link in bio from Matt on ST. You can see what he get for you.
No, but trust me, it's a good details, man.
Go
It's nice.
for
It's
now
nice to
for the
print.
10%
Yeah.
discount.
But I know the second I'm gonna get it, it's gonna be like 6 months of me printing stuff for other people, and I won't print anything for myself because everyone's
yep.
gonna be like, "Oh, I need these minifigs. Oh, I need this. Can you print me a tank for this?" You know.
I
Like-
printed 3 things for people, and I'm still printing stuff for myself.
Yeah.
I was like, I bought a printer for myself, and I was curious because I was tinkering around with small electronics,
Yeah. I have no
Um,
problem with FDM printing, but yeah.
and that's why I bought a 3D printer. I looked on Facebook for 3D printing stuff, and that's how I met Matt. And this is still my first Ender. I bought my Ender and had a bent bed out of the box, and I couldn't wait. I had no patience. So grabbed the mirror off the wall, cleaned it up, took what's it called, a cut gun, something. Yeah, glued it on the bed, stuck the mirror on there, and it's printing for the past 3 years.
Yeah, my first printer.
It is
hasn't
also-
worked.
That is also, I have used no glue on my printers, no tape or anything.
On the bed itself, no, but I glued the bed.
Yeah,
the
your
mirror
glass, your mirror.
on the plate.
Yeah, that
The
was
heat hasn't
also
destroyed the glue
time
yet?
on the 3D reels.
Yeah.
I would
And-
think
and-
the glue would destroy the. Or the
Yeah,
heat
yeah, that's
would
what I was
destroy the glue.
thinking. That was what I was thinking, but it's still stuck on there. I can not get it off. And even with so much heat cycles in there, it's still stuck.
Hmm.
So I cannot even imagine that it's still on there. So I will leave it on there. That thing is gonna be dead in about a year anyway because it's had so much print work done.
Yeah.
And for the price wise, I cannot complain.
Last week sent me a picture. They have also tried glue on a bed, and he calls me, Ray, I have a problem. Okay, what is the problem? I cannot get the print off my bed, and it stuck all 3 weeks. How I get it? I put it on the shower with hot water.
I'll be right
Oh,
back.
That-
you know? Yeah.
Oh, God,
Yeah,
Eli.
you put hot water. Okay, I try it, and it's one minute. It's
So I've done
it's
the
gone.
water.
Yes.
I've done the
Yeah.
water trick, and I've done the throw it in the freezer for an hour trick.
No, I have to do that. Not.
Yeah.
And he's back.
This is the glue that I used.
Yeah.
And it works.
That's when you go make a TikTok where you just put that on your bed and put a new
Hey,
one
now,
on.
now
Hey,
you're
But that can be.
That will piss
Vincent,
people off. That would get you views.
Vincent, that can be also your problem with your bed leveling. That you have put that
It's
glue on
warped.
your.
This one
It's
is good.
warped?
That one is the problem. The new one.
Hmm.
This one is printing fine. No problems. It's that one that's giving me the headache. And the
It's
other
just
printer,
figured,
and
you fix the other one, it might as well just give you the same runaround as it did with the first one.
yeah, I'm thinking about gluing another mirror on there.
Yeah, just record it and put it on TikTok so you get those views from pissing
Yeah.
people off.
No, I'm not a TikToker, man. I will watch TikTok videos, but I don't make a lot of them. Too much stuff going on. So
Yeah, you must
that's-
working.
and-
You must working in the evening today, Vincent.
Yeah, and I'm getting a job interview next week at a high school, a big school for 3D printing.
Ah.
There you go.
Teaching the basics of
You're gonna
3D
tell
printing at a
You're
school.
gonna tell the children that they're not gonna be smoke and not drinking on the school place.
No, they called me up for 25 hours a week because I'm not allowed to work more because of my health issues. And they basically asked me if I want to teach the basics of 3D printing. So I said, yeah, of course.
I was offered that, but since I don't have a high school diploma or a GED,
I don't
couldn't
either.
do it.
I don't even got any diplomas.
I
But
don't have any of
the
that.
thing is, I always been in technology stuff and woodworking and that
Yeah.
kind of things. And I teach at a school for children with special needs. I did that for 3.5 years as a volunteer.
Mm-hmm.
So
I have
so
also
basically they called
special
me.
needs.
Yeah.
We have all special needs.
Yeah, but these children are nuts. Okay, I tell you that if something happens, they drop their screwdriver or something, they will completely destroy the classroom.
Yeah.
They got special rooms, like a timeout room. So if they are going nuts, you chuck them in there, basically with 3 or 4 teachers, and let them go mad in one of those rooms. So that's how bad it was in that school where I was working.
Hey Matt,
It needed a lot of patience.
Yep. What's up?
the last 3 weeks, what I saw on television, that shooting on the Americans Day.
Yeah.
Was that in your city, eh?
It was north of me, about 40 minutes north of me.
Okay.
Very, very nice area, like high class, $1 million
Mhm.
house area.
What do you think now then about gun rules?
I could really care less. I don't care if they're here or not, to be honest. So.
Give me a gun any day. It's the issue that the owner of the gun doesn't store it right and make it harder to get one.
Yeah.
Look here,
No,
how much
we have-
shootings are
We
there in the
have too
Netherlands?
lot crazy people around the world.
Yeah.
It's all
Make
about
it harder to
respect.
get one.
Well, and teaching respect
I think
too.
also the government can also be make that you can see is it a problem person or thing. Net is in the Netherlands. When you here get a weapon license, that is a big issue. When you get it, then you must be no in contact with judge or police or anything. You must be 100% clean to get a license for that.
Yeah.
And I think that is a really nice thing also in America. I know it's centuries so. Yeah, you live with that. That is also normal. You growing up with that. That is also normal.
Yeah.
We have here not growing up
Take a look.
with guns. Dus that is the problem, I think, here.
This is my shooting license, basically. I'm allowed to shoot firearms in the Netherlands, but I still
You can
Was-
shoot that.
I shot a Desert Eagle 45, 357, 9mm. Started out with a 22, of course, because that's mandatory. Basically, you learn the basic skills. So, let's see. Look. And if you want to own a firearm, you have to go first through a company that does shooting practice.
Yeah.
You have to practice first, then ask if you are allowed to shoot there for long term. So you have to go to the government. It's very strict here. And if you ever been caught with violent stuff or kick somebody in the pants, it's a no-no. You're never gonna get your license. Then, after shooting for about a year and a half, you can ask to own a firearm. Then you go to a store. First buy a safe that
Yeah,
has
special safe.
yeah, special safe. Basically, your ammo needs to be stored separate from your gun from the
But
fire.
that is also in America, Matt, huh? You must be in special safe for your gun, huh?
Well, you don't have to put a gun in a safe. No.
It has
It's-
to,
here
the
it's-
ammo has to be stored separate though.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
that's
sure
that's also a thing. But your
Yeah.
gun always need to be stored in a safe in your house. It's not allowed to beside your bed or under your pillow. It's not allowed. You're never allowed to load it in your house. Then you have to shoot at least 20 times, 20 times a year. If you don't do that, you lose your license.
Yeah, and you must put the weapon.
And
back.
you have to give the weapon back. So basically, you lose your money. And you have to do it
this is what
every
I
year.
got for any cubic LCD photon mono
So
2K resin as a gift. Okay,
this
cool.
this is the one that I was shooting at. It doesn't have the
Thanks.
name anymore because this was an old book.
That's a heavy hitting gun.
Oh
So,
man,
Matt,
that's
do you have something news? What you go reviewed?
Who, me?
What you going review? I see a lot of boxes.
Yes. So
you need a new spaceman.
yeah, I know. Tomorrow we gotta unbox that, and there's also a filament dryer that goes with it. It's a filament dryer and a wash and cure station that's coming out on the market. The filament dryer is already out, but the wash and cure is on Kickstarter right now. So
From which company?
EIBOS or EIBOS, EIBOS. So we'll see how that is.
Yeah,
That
you are
box
the resin guru.
is new resin from Frozen. Some new stuff I gotta try out. So
Why don't send Frozen my? Go talk with him, Matt.
So I've tried to get several different people to go with Frozen, and they just won't budge. And the reason why, I'm not going to name names, but essentially I gave them a content creator, what, two years ago, when the Frozen Sonic Mighty came out. I gave them a content creator, and he was very demanding. And
Yeah, I know. Ivan also.
kind of not too happy with me sending people then their way. So I was like, all right, kind of ruined it for everybody.
Oof. Was it Lightspeed?
No.
And how is this going on with the magnet things in the printer?
So
I have seen
I tried it with this, and unfortunately, I think all the stuff went to the bottom because this is not magnetized at all. So
and not broke the printer.
no, because I used where is it? This stuff.
Oh yeah, I've seen it. Like, oh.
Yeah. So I tried it out. Didn't really work, but maybe we'll give it another go. I have another idea on how I can try and get it to work. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, what you can try when it goes up and down.
Stir it.
Try
real
it
quick.
when it is the first thing down. Then you put it about. I do that with the color. Then you have the nice flow in it.
Yeah.
Then mix it. The resident mix it itself. Then.
Yep. So that was one of the ideas I had, or doing thin layers of resin and just kind of sitting here and doing that. So we'll see.
Yeah, it is nice to look and of that. Yeah. So the print mill print also great now.
Oh yeah.
They have changed some things on it in the V2. There is now a print mill V2 on the market.
Oh.
And it comes also, I think, in August. And August comes the print mill V3 out with touchscreen.
Yeah, that's their new thing that they're trying to.
And what I see on the V2, the roll band, it's in one piece. It's not stitched anymore. It's in one piece.
Oh, nice.
That is really nice.
Yeah, I think you got a stitch in your print. You will see it.
Yeah.
That was the problem with the first print mill.
Yeah.
All the bands had a stitchy on it. And
Yeah.
it's like a stitchy of that. Jig, 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 jig.
Well, yeah, and
Was a
if you
big
did
stitch.
long prints, it would warp it. You could see that it
Yeah,
would like
yeah.
warped it weirdly.
And that is now gone on the new print mill.
That's good. Do things stick to it better though? That's the
Yeah.
He
It
made a
sticks
he
really-
made a sword of what was it again? From Gryffindor,
Yeah,
from
Gryffindor.
Harry Potter. That one came out good, man. Looks nice. He
Yeah.
made a Gryffindor sword on the print mill, and good paint job.
Yeah, I want to mill, but it's for selfish reasons to
Yeah,
just
same-
make
same here.
swords.
I want
no
a print mill.
practical use, just swords.
Why I want the print mill is basically because I'm doing geocaching again,
Uh-huh.
and I want to make coins
Ah,
and leave it behind when I can. That's why I basically want to and do some coins making for other people.
yeah.
Nice.
They're basically asking me to do that, but man, I don't do multiple prints on the printer. I don't like that. They don't come out right.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's from the print mill.
That is the color what I make
Yep.
with the formula.
Yeah.
And the paint job I have learned from James. James is my paint master. When I look him videos, I even don't have in mind that I can do it. That is also with the 3D printing. I think, oh, look YouTube and it comes clear. No matter James tells everything right and good. When I ask him and he to tell that, and you listen that good, what he says, then can
Getting a
not
phone call, guys.
going wrong.
Alrighty, man.
And that's I like it now painting things. And the resin print, what I have learned, that is from Matt. I learned it from him.
That's right. Literally talking to somebody right now and getting their printer fixed as we speak.
Yeah.
Because he's trying to do dragons on his resin printer and they're not working. So,
Probably didn't tune the resin.
I think my advice on the printer, on the resin printer, put it directly on the plate and not with support.
Mm.
When it is a big one, what Matt makes on the FDM printer from the 2-color printer, then you have a big support, but also on your resin printer. And I think Matt also think that it is good when you put a big as a dragon and it's leveling higher, then you use the big support and not the small support. Small support goes broke.
on a resin printer?
Yeah.
I don't use any supports for the articulating dragons.
Yeah, no, when you have the 2 meter high dragon, you must be supported.
It's like this is straight
That
off the
is
build
no,
plate.
yeah, that is straight off the build plate. When you have put the dragon what 2 meters long, and you roll it up,
Oh, the curl.
Yeah. That one,
the curl, then you must be the heavy support, not the normal support.
Yeah.
When then goes broke, that I have seen with my prints. When I put for this weapon, the first time I put it in a normal stand, and it's broke from the plate when it's too heavy.
No, it was my neighbor.
That are the things where you must be know of the product. Is it heavy when it comes out? Is it big?
So it did work.
That's what she said. Is it big?
Yeah.
It did work.
It did.
This is a magnet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Hey,
Hey, yes.
what
Put
is it
on
all
the
over
ice
or only the tail?
But now yeah.
Only the left
It's
knot,
the
eh?
no, it's the
Oh,
whole thing,
yes.
just the weight.
The feet are also.
Yeah, it's the weight of the rest of the dragon. So you might need to add more powder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put more
Because
powder.
I did just do a little bit, so it did work. That's pretty sweet. We're definitely going to go again.
Can you make the powder finer?
No, it's as fine as it can be.
Can you not put it in the blender?
No, so it's just as fine as mica powder, if not finer. It's good. I have 3 different versions. So I have like coarse. You see it's got some, it's like sand. Then I have, well, this is more like sand. Then I have medium, and that's more like sand.
But you can also try TPU.
Which is really, really like super fine.
Matt, is flexible resin not heavier than normal resin?
No, it's lighter. It is, and I got
Is that
some.
lighter?
I got some elastic resin up there. Yeah, I could try.
Flexible magnetic dragon.
And Matt, what do you think about making like O-rings in flexible? Will that be better on resin or FDM?
Yeah, no, you could do that on resin. So we were just kind of discussing this on another live stream the other night, actually, because somebody was asking me about the differences of resin. Carl, actually, Carl Fenton. He was asking about the Death Racers that I did with Sam Prentice and Joel Telling. And he was talking about building his own in resin. And so he was asking me about, he had some engineering resin that he was going to use, some rigid resin, and stuff like that. So I was like, all right, let's go through it. And so we were kind of discussing the different types of resin and what the properties can be. And essentially, Molazon resin, they have PC resin, polycarbonate.
Yeah.
So I'm going to get some of that. I have some nylon resin from Frozen. I have some high temp resin from Frozen. And then I also have a PA resin from Sunlu that they just sent me. So we're going to try out some different things and see. But one of the questions that somebody had asked was about tires and things like that. And essentially, most resins, you're basing it off of a Shore D hardness, whereas like flexible resin, you're basing it off of a Shore A hardness. And that's essentially like rubber bands, tires, basically anything you can think of flexible, O-rings and whatnot. So
Only the people must not think that ABS-like of resin ABS is. It's ABS-like, not ABS.
Exactly. So like I
A
tell
lot of
everybody,
souls on that.
ABS like is more like PETG, where it's
PLA
kind
of,
of that.
with a plus on it.
Yeah. So it like if you're talking about resin versus filament, you have your standard resin, which is like PLA. You have ABS like, which is kind of like PETG.
PLA plus.
Then you have nylon, which is more like ABS, and then your polycarbonate, which is more like a nylon type
Yeah.
resin. So
Yeah.
kind of like a
There-
step below.
The reason why I'm asking is I'm working on a small project with somebody else.
Yep.
And I need to make O-rings, maybe in bulk. It's only for water resistant, not water tight seals.
Right. So let's see. So
Then
you need something that
you-
withstands impacts as well as is flexible.
Can you not print a TPU on this fence?
I don't know.
Yeah, you
then
should
I
be
can
able to.
help you with that.
I'm a PLA junkie, so I
then
did
I'm
one
gonna help you
time
with that.
PETG, but I still need to set up. That's why I was building this one for the enclosure, and then I wanted to do a direct drive system, and that's why I asked Ray for if he still had an Ender in parts, so I can rebuild the whole thing, and not only because I want to learn more stuff, more ways, different ways, and I just wanted to tinker around with it.
Right.
This one is TPU.
Yeah,
And you can not tell, Matt, it's come from the Focus, Odin.
Nice.
is that for the GoPro 8?
Stop. Yeah,
GoPro 10. Yeah, nice.
this is also TPU. This is come from the Ender 3 S Pro. It's for the Insta 360 cameras.
I was looking
20,
into getting a 360 camera.
20% infill. And this one comes from the print mill. And dit is PAC. PTG. It's print really great.
Yeah, that's a sexy.
Only issue what I have with the print mill is you must understand the print mill have not brims or the other support
Yeah.
to the surface. That is not on the print mill. That is gone. You can put that on, but it comes not. They make not always a brim or a line of it. Dus you must print it directly with support, and then there comes the issue. The support comes little different on the print mill, and it's print the support in it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a little bit shitting. But the rest of all, it's really.
What orientation did you print that in?
20% infill. It's a stock setting.
Carl says there's Yusu has a filament that's called PP, and it's water resistant and doesn't leak.
Yeah. That is the same when make the plastic things where you put it outside on your house. The rain pipe. That is from the same
The boo?
material.
I don't know.
That is
Yeah,
the
so-
same material where you put the cables from the Electra in it. That is also
But,
PCC.
but what do you think, Matt? If I make O-rings better on the resin or on the FDM?
Matter.
It really depends on what
The use.
material you're using, because not all TPU, not all flexible resins are created equal.
Okay.
And I have resin upstairs from some cheap company. It's also TPU. When I put it outside in the rain and I put it back, then it's like gel on it.
Ah,
Does it break?
it's a slimy layer on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why is that not too concerned to outside. Or
Okay. Yeah, I
whatever.
need it. It needs to handle some temperature and it needs to be outside.
Yeah.
So
The
that's
best
what
for
I'm
that,
looking into.
I think, is for when you use flexible resin and you will know it's good. I use always for things what I know it must be good. I use iPhone resin.
It's the same with the problem that I'm having with how do you make like a geocoin with two sides on an FDM printer?
You can do it.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you need supports on the inside because otherwise it will not work.
So the way I've done it in the past to do like double-sided coins is like, you know how you can manipulate how it prints the first layer? I have it manipulate the first layer to draw my logo, like do the infill of the first layer of my logo first, and then surround it, and then there's an outline. But
I really gotta learn that. I'm still like I know the mechanics of the printer, but now I'm looking into more designing stuff myself. So I'm still new to that.
yeah, but there's ways you can manipulate the file to the print path to draw a logo in it.
Okay.
And tip for you, Vince, when you go print the first layer and you see goes to the first layer is not good, try then to adjustment your layer on the wheels. When you have that good, then you know that the bed really fine prints.
That one
Go
is fine
not
printing.
with an paper on it. That is only the point when you put the paper on it. That is
No,
the
but
point.
that's the issue that some people are having with bed leveling. Don't do only the corners, do multiple points.
Yeah.
Because if you level it on one side and you do it on the other side doesn't fit anymore. So
Yeah.
do it on multiple points on the
Yeah.
bed, not only on the outside.
I do it like 8 times around each corner.
Yeah,
I had a
but
friend that
I'm not
would only
doing-
do it each time once, and I'm
Exactly,
like,
but-
but this side's uneven again. So
Yeah,
keep it
exactly.
until
And
you don't
Yeah,
move any
okay,
of them.
and
but what I
that's
always
the
do
problem.
is I'm not doing it not on the sides and in the middle, but also around the middle. So I'm always checking it because I'm working with a mirror. So if that thing's gonna bend, I'm done.
Yeah.
So I always
When
have to
I
check
do
that.
when I do the leveling manual, then I put always when I put the left wheel up, then pick it the right wheel a little bit down. Do you do not? Then you have the different
Yep.
so much that it goes every time wrong.
Yeah.
Do you not the two in a different size turning? Then is that bed always the same direction?
Look what I told you
And
last
put
time,
then
and I
always
bought a new ender.
The upside
had
direction is also
Big
good.
leveling problems with that one, and I had experience with this one, so I noticed straight out of the box what the problem was. I put it down, and the whole printer was wobbling. So I unbolted the stuff, put it back together again, and now it's tight. And now
Yeah,
I've
but
got
that's a
some
problem.
issues.
But that is a problem that we know about it. Of that
Yeah, but
printer
if you're
when it comes.
if you're a
Maar
newbie, if you're a
a
beginner,
newbie don't
Exactly.
not.
Matt helped me out with the first one. I had a lot of issues with the first one to get the printing right. And that was when Matt was still working with FDM printers.
And
Before he
when you
started
see
resin.
the company
Matt has an
film
FDM
movie,
printer. What?
I do.
Yeah, he had a lot
I
of them.
know. I know you do.
It's printing right now.
Not your cool one though.
Matt, didn't you had a lot of CR10s then back then a couple of years ago?
No, I had Ender 3 print farm.
Yeah, but didn't you had a couple of CR10s?
Oh yeah, yeah, I did. So they weren't CR10s. They were like weird knockoffs of CR10s.
Yeah, I could remember
We
when
all
I found
begun
you.
with we all begun with a knockoff printer.
Yeah, I could remember when I bought my first printer. You had a print farm.
En heb je doe mentioned, hij moet even zeggen, hoe zeg je dat in Engels, Vincent? Had hij het altijd verwacht dat hij dit zou worden?
Wie, Matt?
Ja?
Ray is asking you, Matt, if you ever thought by yourself if you will make it like this with all the 3D printers
Absolutely
when
not.
you started out
No,
first.
me too. Me too. It was not the person, was not the thing for to do. It was hobby.
With me, it was like I wanted to print it because I was tinkering and I couldn't find like small boxes to build my electronics in. And I had my first print and I was like, man, it takes too freaking long. I have to can make a couple of them. I need a second one. And the second one I gave to my cousin because he wanted to do 3D printing. And he took it apart because the board was broken. One of the steppers was broken out of the box. And I had a big 3Tech board laying around and all kind of stuff. And so I gave it to him and I told him, you know what, if you want to tinker, here you go. Then Matt gave me the nice resin printer. And about 2 months ago I bought this one. So I'll be right back.
Yeah, life can be fast changing in things.
How about mine? Because I was 16 and 16-year-olds didn't have that much money.
How long do you now printing?
4 years.
4 years. Oh,
That's
longer
not
than
how
me.
long I've been doing it.
Yeah.
And you, Matt, how long do you?
It's about the same, maybe a little bit longer.
I know 2.5 years. It was become door this stupid filament center for the Ender 5. That was so stupid, man. I can the day for yesterday. The Ender 5 what I had. I put a filament sensor. I see it on an other printer. I know it. And I think, oh, it can be also on the Marlin. I put that code in it and it worked. That was the boom of chirality for the filament sensor. Boom.
Oh,
yeah, I don't know.
I remember the company's name that I was talking about the other day, Matt. It's called Exoslide.
Yep. I remember those guys. I haven't heard about them in a while.
Yeah, but apparently they have like it's a Core XY, but it's for an Ender 3, so it's an XZ. It's interesting.
It's the same as the belt printer XZ.
Well, yeah, so it's belt system, but it's
So
for
what
an
the
Ender.
Exoslide is essentially an alternative to linear rails via belt system.
Yeah.
That's it.
See, but didn't Teaching Tech do a video on them, and he said that their solution is quite good instead of putting in linear rods
I think linear rails.
or rails.
I think it's a really good option on printers. I
So
like it.
The reason why he probably said that is because, okay, you think about this. Linear rails are metal. You're putting that on a metal frame. You're moving metal to metal on that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, vibrations are going to have an issue with ringing and stuff like that throughout the entire print. Whereas Exoslides, it's a belt-driven system on a linear guide system. In a way, it is a type of linear guide system.
Yeah.
And with that, the belt system is absorbing that vibration through it. It is a lot more of a complicated system because essentially you're turning your what do they call that? A Cartesian into sort of an XY system in a sense. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why it will probably perform better, and just the fact that there's no roller system on that technically, because like I said,
It's all bearing.
Yeah,
It looks sturdier. It looks a lot sturdier.
Yeah. So again, it is an alternative to a linear system. Is it better? Probably, because like I said, you're going to absorb more vibration through that belt system. So
Yeah.
More stability, and the parts are not too easy to break. You have longer live with the parts, I think, with linear rail.
Yeah, but wasn't Exoslide developed by a kid somewhere? I don't know.
I don't know.
It's the same as the kit, the belt kit of TikTok, of a name Tic Tac. I don't like that at all. It's when you go for a belt printer, but buy a belt printer what is made for it, and not go for parts and change your Ender 3 to a belt printer. That is my opinion. I think it's better than you buy a printer what is also all a belt printer. And that is also what I see the last couple of weeks on internet.
Mm-hmm.
People think the printer is better than with an upgrade. And then it comes later, yeah, my printer is not working good. What I have wrong, what I do that, what I do that. The last time I print with the normal, it's print fine and great.
Yeah. Well, the one I've seen is like people get all the upgrades and change everything about the printer all at once.
Yeah. Then I think, why you buy that printer?
Yeah.
Go then for scratch. Buy one from
Because
scratch.
it's only $100, but I put another $200 into it, which I could have bought the equivalent of all the upgrades I did for that amount.
Yeah, I think also $100 on the FL Sun.
Mm-hmm.
I have put the chips a little bit bigger cooling thing on it and so. I do it all the time, also with Corelity mainboards. I hold the cooling fans off and I put a bigger on it.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going off, guys, because I've got a visitor.
Okay.
Okay, have fun with the visitor.
Everybody have a good night.
Good night.
All right, you have a good one. All right, guys, I'm gonna take off too because it's 3:30.
Yeah, me too. I must
Okay. See you all.
be prepared for tonight.
Yeah, you guys have a good one.
Yep. You too.
Yeah.
Take it easy.
Have a nice day.